Man, why is the beat drop? What the heck? Fucking OBS. I'm so sick of this shit. All right. What's up, everyone? Welcome to Poules and Direct. My name is AberChannel, and I am your friendly neighborhood Gnostic Chud VTuber guy. Tonight, we will be doing some React content. Forbidden histories, the things they don't want you to know. We'll be playing some Civilization VII. I've never played it before. Should be fun. I hope the computer can take it. It looks very high detail in the graphics department. Civ games have just stair-stepped the graphics to the point where I think they've actually got a VR version of this game, believe it or not. And then we're also gonna do some more story in the 100 line, because we're so close to the end. I want to find out what happens at day 100. I want to find out whether they're in a simulation or they were raised in a simulation, or what the heck's going on. Yeah, I suspect that they're all sleeping in a hospital somewhere. But It's hard to say at this point. Come with me, Chanta. We're going to my office. Music's still good? Okay, great. By the way, guys, I am accepting moderator applications. Hey, where's my face? There I am. Okay. Yeah, if you have some moderation experience and you're a fan of the channel, I would encourage you to apply. I put the link on my Twitter. If you can't find it, just DM me, I guess. Yeah. I got one response, but I'm kind of on the fence about it because it's a crypto bro who's not into VTubers at all, and I question the motivation. You know, like, why do you want to mod for me if you don't even like VTubers? Anyway, also I shared a little bit of the now, never mind. Let's get into the the React content. Let me just pull up Firefox. Okay, that is cached. We need a refresh Firefox. Okay, and it's loading. And actually, right here is the first video I want to watch with you all about food forests. I'm a big permaculture guy myself. I raised chickens for 10 years, and I know a little something about food forests. Stop. And that was just, I think that was just perfect timing that the playlist ended. Yeah, perfect timing. Playlist ended right as this video commenced. Let me find a good resolution for us here. Let me give you the basic premise while I'm doing this. What if I told you, chat, that all the old world cities where boring manicured lawn parks stand today, what if I told you there were lush food forests in tiered, intentionally planted layers with an understory, a canopy, and underbrush, and they were all fruit-bearing trees. And the fruits were enough to feed the city's inhabitants without farming grains outside the city. What if that were true? And at some point, without anyone writing it down, all of these trees were removed and replaced with grass and trees that don't give us anything of benefit other than pollen. Yeah. All to, I think, to create an artificial food scarcity for the benefit of fruit companies, agriculture. That's my guess. Now, there's no direct evidence in this, and this is what this guy is going to go into. He's very careful not to overstate the evidence, which is why I like his videos so much. It's all very well researched, and yeah, let's give it a listen. Keep an open mind.
I want to start with a detail, not a map, not a revelation, just a margin note, the kind you'd scroll past, the kind that, once you've seen it alongside everything else, you cannot unsee. I was going through digitized archives from the 1860s, botanical survey, records from Eastern Europe, looking for something completely unrelated. And I found a note, handwritten in the margin of a forestry report. It referenced trees in the Biała Wieża region producing fruit in unnaturally synchronized cycles, and described root systems that, in the surveyor's own words, appear to communicate purpose. The surveyor, a Polish-born forestry commissioner working under Imperial Russian land surveys in 1863, seemed frightened. The rest of the page was torn away. I filed it away. Then, 6 months later, another note. Different archive, different country, different language, same phrasing, almost word for word. 2 documents, 2 continents, 1 phrase. The deeper I looked, the more I found. And what I found points towards something that keeps appearing at the edges of the record places, and where the trees are older than the story we've been given, where the species shouldn't coexist, where the growth patterns look less like wilderness and more like something that was once, a very long time ago, deliberately arranged for human benefit. Food forests, still arranged, still growing. Just not for us, not anymore. And the strangest part, the people who know about these places have gone to extraordinary lengths to make sure you never visit them. If you've been following this series, you'll know that in our last episode we examined the so-called park transformation of the late 19th century. Between roughly 1850 and 1910, across North America, across Europe, across parts of Asia and the Pacific, there was a sweeping and strangely synchronized movement to reclassify certain kinds of land. Forests that had previously been described in local records as providing food, orchards with no known planting history, commons where people gathered produce that nobody planted and nobody owned. These places were, within a remarkably compressed period of time, reclassified, fenced, named nature reserves, declared off limits for conservation purposes. Conservation of what? From whom? The official narrative tells us this was the birth of environmentalism, a noble project, a reaction to industrialization. And maybe that's true, maybe it was only that. But here's the question I kept returning to. Why were so many of these conservation designations applied to the same kinds of places? Places with anomalous tree density, with species diversity that ecologists still struggle to explain, with fruit-bearing and nut-bearing trees arranged in patterns that don't match random forest growth or any known agricultural tradition. And why, in so many cases, were the transitions so abrupt? 1 decade, open access, people eating from the land, local records describing abundance. Next decade, fenced, guarded, reclassified, and the records describing that abundance quietly disappearing from the official archive. Not misplaced, not lost in a fire, disappearing. This raises a simple but critical question.
I can't help.
What exactly was being conserved?
Pause.
And from
I can't help but think about the biblical tale, the Garden of Eden, being kicked out. Like, oh, well, sorry about you. Now you got to leave and tend the land. But just more recent than 2000, 3,000, 6,000 years ago. Anyway.
Whom? Let's talk about Białowieża. It sits on the border between Poland and Belarus. It is the last and largest remnant of the primeval forest that once stretched across the European plain. It is UNESCO listed. It is heavily restricted. Sections of it are completely inaccessible to the public, accessible only to credentialed researchers under strict supervision, and even then, not all of it. There are interior zones within Białowieża that have, to my knowledge, never been officially surveyed by any public scientific institution. Think about that. We have mapped Mars, we have detailed topographic surveys of the ocean floor, but there are sections of a European forest, a forest in a modern, politically stable, well-resourced region that remain unsurveyed. The official explanation is preservation. Pristine wilderness should remain pristine.
More like preserving someone's wealth, wouldn't you say, Chad?
Understand that logic, but here's where the official explanation begins to collapse. Pull up any early Tartaria map, the ones from the 1600s and 1700s that we've been examining throughout this series. The ones published in Amsterdam and Leiden and Paris, the ones with Tartaria Magna or Grand Tartari printed across vast swaths of Eurasia. Draw the western edge of that territorial designation. Follow it carefully. It lands, almost exactly, on Białowieża, not nearby, not in the general region, on it. This is not a fringe observation. Historical geographers have noted the correlation. The Białowieża region appears in multiple pre-18th century sources to sit at or near the western boundary of whatever it was that those mapmakers were calling Tartaria. And those same maps, when you look carefully at the illustrated details within that boundary, the small engravings that cartographers use to fill territory frequently depict trees. Dense, elaborate, stylized trees. Not mountains, not cities, trees. What were they marking? The deeper I went into the botanical literature on Białowieża, the more I found that didn't fit. The forest contains species assemblages that have no clear evolutionary pathway. Trees of species that, according to our understanding of post-glacial reforestation, should not coexist in the same ecosystem. The European bison, the zhuber, which is now the iconic symbol of the forest, was nearly extinct by the 20th century and has been rewilded back into Białowieża. But local oral histories collected in the 19th century described the bison not as a wild animal, but as an animal that lived in managed relationship with the forest, as if the forest and its inhabitants were, together, a system, a managed system. Who managed it? When? And does it still, in some sense...
You know, the bison was very plentiful in America, too. And the forests here are much, much larger. But we cut them all down. For what? To make log cabins? Doesn't add up. There are trees big enough to drive a car through. They made tunnels through the trees. They were so big. They needed specialty saws. And like, I just don't understand the ecological damage that we've done. Even in my own lifetime, I'm watching forests disappear in my state that also used to have bison. That's as far as I'll go. Hmm. Now you have to go to a paywalled park in order to see large trees, and they aren't even that large. If you think about the way trees grow in rings, you think like if the earth, is as old as they say it is, why aren't there trees with more rings? Why aren't there ginormous trees? What happened to them? And who benefited from the cutting?
Manage itself. Now we leave Europe. We go east. Far east. Yakushima is a small island off the southern coast of Japan.
Gosh, that's pretty. And it doesn't take long of working with the land instead of like trying to dominate it the way we do with like drawing grid lines and planting in rows and shit. But you can look at the grade of the land and where the water runs and plant accordingly. There are certain species of plants that will fix nitrogen, that become literal fertilizers. Like you don't even have to do anything. You just plant these plants around a tree and it will fertilize the tree as the plants drop their leaves. Or you could speed it up by manually doing that. Vetch is a common one. I used to grow some vetch back in 14, I think. It's also medicinal. Am I thinking of the right plant? It's got really pretty purple flowers and could be used as a anti-inflammatory. They called it bone knit. Let me look that up. Vetch. Bone knit. No. About bone dash knit plant. Comfrey. That's what it's called. Comfrey. Hmm. This is an amazing plant. It fixes nitrogen in the soil. Anyway, there are some. There's another one that's like nature's toilet paper. Is it thistle? No, no, it's not thistle. Anyway, there are these plants that will grow in a rocky area and tear up even like asphalt and reclaim the land. So really, you can leave uh, the earth will do its own thing and restore itself with just a little bit of help. You don't have to do everything, but if you carefully uh, combine types like vines, vines that grow on trees, vines that bear fruit versus vines that don't, you know, uh, you can very easily start to create an ecosystem that, within a few years will just take off. Mulberry is huge. Mulberry is so easy. You don't have to do much at all to maintain it. You see them growing up wild. They're like volunteer plants, basically. You can make a delicious jam out of it. Um, it's great for pollination. There's there's this one vine that produces these little cottony pods, and monarch butterflies like to they're attracted to that, and they like to make their homes nearby. So like there's a lot of knowledge that is lost when they decide to cut down a forest. Knowledge about the interplay between species of plants and insects and forest animals and stuff. Like chickens used to be a forest animal. Did you know that? It's a jungle fowl. They like to perch on high branches. And in some places of the world, they still do. Okay. I don't think this is the video that I wanted to show you. It was just so similarly named. Um, the one I wanted to show you was about, I think he referenced it. It's a previous video that they did on the forests within towns. Let's go to my playlist. Content queue, yes. Mhm. Pause. Now you'll see. Oh, you don't see the title. This is a very, very similar title. I think it's a shorter video too, only 25 minutes. But this is more about the parks, the designation of public land all over the world, all at the same time. And what I don't know. It's possible that they just didn't want the peasantry to be, you know, gathering fruits and berries in the town square. But like, how wholesome is that? Hmm. No, if it were just that, it would only be certain locations. It wouldn't be such a global phenomenon. Anyway. This is the video I want to show you.
I want to start with a photograph, not a painting, not a rendering, a photograph. Taken sometime in the 1870s in what archivists in Lyon, France catalogued simply as Urban Park Conversion Municipal Record Series 4. The image shows a dense layered canopy of trees, fruit trees I would later confirm, arranged in an unmistakable pattern. Tiered, intentional. Mulberry at the outer edge, then what appears to be pear, then quince, then something lower and climbing, trellised against a wall that by the next photograph in the same series, dated just 11 years later, is gone. Not repurposed, not relocated. Gone. And in its place, ornamental grass, a fountain, gravel pathways, the kind of manicured emptiness that cities across the Western world were at that exact same moment installing at extraordinary expense, converting what had been, by all photographic evidence, productive, abundant living systems into what we are now told were modern public gardens. I looked...
Guys, grass is such bullshit. And it's crazy to me that this is like the modern, common type of lawn, the lawn itself, that even the words that we have to describe the plot of land around your house, it almost lends itself to the idea of grass instead of what it ought to be, which is this dense ecosystem, self-sustaining, automatic, self-seeding, self-pollinating, or attracting the pollinators to do the work. You know, gardening doesn't have to be hard. There's low effort gardening, which I'm a huge fan of. Hugelkultur, building hills out of like fallen trees and shit. Old cardboard boxes. You can just lay them flat on the ground and soak them with water and then put some dirt on top of it and then start gardening there, right there. Like, these forests add layers to the soil as opposed to taking layers away without tilling, without disrupting the mycelium network of fungus beneath the soil. No. Someone decided that this new way of living would be so commonplace that we would forget the old way. And I think it happened around the 1800s. A lot of things point back to the 1800s. Let's continue.
At that photograph for a long time. Then I looked at another one from Cincinnati, then one from Melbourne, then Lahore, then Cape Town, and that's where it becomes impossible to ignore. The deeper I went into municipal archive photography from the 1860s through the 1910s, roughly a 50-year window that urban historians treat as the great era of park beautification, the more I encountered the same image over and over again.
You know, the funny thing about government is that they often use words to describe their policies that are the opposite of what they're actually doing. A famous example of that being the Patriot Act, where they take all your rights away and give you security theater. Um, yeah, they often use this 1984 backwards language to describe everything uh, in ways that is palatable for the general public, but people in the know what it really means. Like, you know, the Department of Peace is the War Department, the Ministry of Truth, you know, all of that. So when I hear park beautification, I think something else happened. Because if you think about it, we just settled here, right? What is there to beautify? It was already beautiful. We chopped down the forests. They were already there. There was no need to beautify. What we did is we made things sterile and flat. And we created toil for people, lawns that had to be mowed and manicured, where there were previously beautiful, lush, mossy, soft, you could take your shoes off and just walk on the moss. Or clover or something. Clover's a great one. Chickens love clover, by the way. It's one of their favorites. And I always try to seed my lawn with clover and other seeds that chickens like to eat. Rhubarb, for one. I don't cook with rhubarb very much, but their leaves get freaking huge. And you can just go and pluck them and feed them to your flock. And if your flock eats that good, they will produce the most golden yolked eggs you've ever seen. You give them a little bit of calcium, and their egg shells will be super hard. And they won't shatter when you break them open and have little pieces fall into the egg that you gotta fish out. No, they crack clean with one hand. That's how it should be. And it's not even that hard. Like, they'll eat their own shells to get the calcium back. They'll literally recycle the shells instead of throwing them in the garbage. Give them back to the chickens and supplement it with a little bit of crushed oyster shell, which you can buy at the pet store or tractor company. Yeah, I think forests and chickens used to be the default. And slowly, government has made it more and more difficult to own chickens within city limits. As if the rooster crows are so disturbing, but we can have fucking Muslim call to prayers, 5 times a day. No problem. No problem with that. But chickens, natural animals that coexist peacefully in our society. No, we can't have that. Fuck out of here.
Across cities with no recorded connection to one another. Dense, layered, obviously cultivated food-producing tree systems documented in the photographic record and then absent from all subsequent documentation. No policy papers ordering their removal, no budget line items, no newspaper debates, no public opposition, no transition period that anyone anywhere appears to have written down. Just present, then gone. That's the thing about anomalies. You can explain one, you can explain two. You can explain a cluster if you squint hard enough and accept a certain number of coincidences. But at some point, the coincidences stop being coincidences. At some point, the pattern itself becomes the evidence. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Before I tell you what I found, I need to tell you what we're actually talking about. Because when most people hear the phrase food forest, they imagine something small, something quaint, a community garden project, a hobby, something marginal. That is not what the historical record suggests existed. A mature, multi-story food forest is one of the most productive systems per acre ever documented. It requires, once established, almost no external input, no irrigation beyond rainfall, no fertilization beyond its own leaf litter, no pest management because the diversity of species creates its own equilibrium. A single acre of mature food forest in a temperate climate has been estimated in the few academic studies that have bothered to look to produce more caloric output than a comparable acre of monoculture wheat. More, not less. More, and indefinitely, without depletion. This raises a simple but critical question. If such systems existed in cities, if they were already there, already producing, already feeding people, why would any municipal government in any era, under any economic pressure, choose to remove them? The official explanation, offered broadly in urban history literature, is that the industrial city required parks for recreation and public health.
That's such bullshit. It was for money. The only reason the governments do anything is for money, to get more of yours. And if they want you consuming, going to the grocery store, paying hundreds of dollars per trip, and they take, their tax off of that, it scales. But if you could just walk out your front door, go down the street and pick fruit for the day, well, maybe you wouldn't need to go to the grocery stores that much. Maybe you'd learn a little bit about life. Have more respect for the land. Maybe you wouldn't litter, because that's what happened. First came the sterilization, then came the enshittification. Because once people forget their connection to the land, then it's really easy, especially if they feel like they're just passing through on their way to the next place. Really easy to just drop that trash on the ground and keep walking. Who cares? But governments seem to incentivize that kind of behavior. Recently, a man has been fined for picking up garbage in the UK without a proper license. Give me a fucking break. This is exactly the kind of behavior that feeds the archons. You know, you haven't supplicated enough to the authority. Therefore, we're going to punish you for doing good deeds. And everyone that sees that, they get all pissed off. They generate a whole bunch of energy with their emotions. You might call it dynamis, or perhaps loosh. They get all worked up on their fee-fees. Like, oh man, that's fucked up. Why'd the government do that? That's what they want you to do. Because it creates a chilling effect. It disincentivizes civic participation, community ties. They want you to be isolated. They want you to live in the pod and eat the bugs because that's the most manageable version of a population. I look at the world today and I see us getting dumber. Every year we get dumber. People don't read. They literally don't read. You would think that people who write books make a lot of money, but they don't. The only books that sell are the fucking Bible, children's books, and everything else is like a loss leader for publishing houses. Isn't that crazy? Like, you think when I was a boy, we all had encyclopedias in our homes, um, and they were expensive. They were actually heirloom items. I was supposed to get an encyclopedia when my grandmother passed, but I didn't. And I'm not that I'm bitter. Um, but you could just walk over to the encyclopedia randomly if you were bored, pick up a book and start reading. Now that everything is at our fingertips on the internet, no one bothers to go looking. Not like that. And since it's all digital, it can be updated in real time without anybody knowing. And the meaning of words have evolved. Take the word terrorism, for example. That got updated in 2015. They watered down the words. Because a stupid population is easier to govern than an informed one. Even the higher education institutions are dumb as fuck. It's a waste of money. It's just fucking high school part 2. And there's this mythos, this lore that you get from Hollywood that it's going to be different. Like, the professors will be you know, brilliant and impassioned, give interesting lectures, and you'll have difficult books to read, and you get there and it's like, oh, well, here's the new edition from McGraw-Hill. No, you can't. You can't sell your books back at the end of the quarter because they're printed new every quarter, and the old books are worthless. What the fuck? You think that you can just show up for the tests if you wanted to, but actually, the teachers still give participation points and group projects and fucking um, what was I gonna say? Anyway, group projects, which you know how that works out. Usually there's one or two people that end up doing all the work, and the rest of the people kind of just slide by. Uh, you think that it's going to be merit based, and it's not. It's more no child left behind bullshit. You know, the college I went to graduated people in the computer software engineering program who could not touch type. They were still hunting and pecking of at the end of the capstone class. They had no interest in coding whatsoever, and they all got the same degree, which is to say, it was worthless, not worth the time. I ended up teaching the teacher more than they taught me, and a lot of my teachers were imported from South Asia on some kind of visa deal. As if there weren't plenty of qualified people to teach software programming classes in America. And yet at a school whose tuition was more than the state schools, they had to use the cheapest labor they could find. So yeah, it was basically high school part 2. Do as you're told. Don't think too hard for yourself. Anyway, I yearn for a time when the people in charge respected the people that they were governing. And they had faith in them to do the right thing instead of feeling like they know more, that the populace is too stupid to make their own decisions. That only we know what's best for you. And it's like, why? Who the fuck are you? What are your qualifications? What makes you so entitled? And they're just like professional ass kissers. I gotta tell you, The corporate world isn't much better. Everyone is incompetent. Everyone is incompetent. I'm surrounded by idiots who can't do their job, constantly looking for someone else to help them do their basic job so they can continue to have that job and get the money that they don't fucking deserve because they lied to get their job in the first place, obviously. Or they fake their credentials, or both. I see it all the time. And it's like, how are you asking me this question with these letters at the end of your name? It doesn't make any sense. Surely you went to college and you learned how to do X, Y, Z. But no, no, everyone's infantilized. We can't assume a base level of knowledge about how to use Microsoft Office. I'm like, okay, so how did you do your reports? You know, anyway, I'll get off my soapbox for now. For now, we'll finish this video and play some games.
Congested urban populations of the 19th century needed open space, green lungs, aesthetic relief from industrial grime. That explanation almost holds until you look at the timing. Here is what official history tells us happened. Between roughly 1850 and 1910, major cities across Europe, North America, Australia, and parts of Asia and Africa undertook simultaneous independent movements to redesign their urban green spaces. The Haussmann renovation of Paris, the creation of Central Park in New York, the Melbourne Parks Plan, the Olmsted system across dozens of American cities, the Ebenezer Howard Garden City movement in Britain, all framed as independent developments, all framed as responses to local conditions, local political pressures, local public health crises. And here's the strangest part. They all happened at once. Not within a century, not within a generation. Within, in many cases, the same decade, the same years. The landscaping philosophies, the specific plant removal decisions, the architectural language of the replacement parks, the gravel paths, the ornamental trees chosen for aesthetic rather than productive value. The central fountains, the iron railings, appear across cities on opposite sides of the planet, with what the evidence can only be described as unsettling uniformity. How does that happen? Not through telegraph correspondence, those exchanges, where they exist, are about other matters, not through international conferences. The documentation of those conferences doesn't reflect a coordinated food system conversion.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that they use mirrors. Mirrors. Not the mirrors we have today. The old mercury tin mirrors. The ones that had to be covered up every night. We'll talk about those maybe in the next video. Maybe. No. Before the telegraph, there was another communication method that really only the elites had access to. And it involved mirrors. Very little is known about it today. The people who built those mirrors, they did so under extreme secrecy in isolated areas on islands and shit. It was basically secret classified knowledge, state secrets, like mirrors and lenses for telescopes, state secrets. Why is that? What is the military advantage of looking at the stars? I don't know.
Not through any mechanism that historians have bothered to name. The pattern repeats with unsettling precision. In 1858, Frederick Law Olmsted begins the redesign of what would become Central Park in New York. In the preparatory surveys, which I found referenced, though frustratingly not reproduced, in full, in a 1923 retrospective in the American Society of Landscape Architects journal, there are notations about existing cultivated tree plantings of a productive nature on the site. What happened to them? The retrospective doesn't say. Olmsted's own published writings from the period don't address it. There is a gap where an explanation should be. In 1853, Haussmann begins the transformation of Paris. The Bois de Boulogne, the Bois de Vincennes, the interior square parks, all redesigned. Contemporary accounts mention the clearing of what Haussmann's own papers call irregular plantations. Irregular. What a word to choose. Irregular according to whose standard? By what measure were they irregular, if not by a new standard that was itself being imposed? In Melbourne, the 1854 survey notes for what would become the Royal Botanic Gardens reference existing food tree systems of apparent age and extent. The 1865 completion report contains no further reference to them. Apparent age, apparent extent, not new plantings, not recent gardens, systems of apparent age, which means they were old when the surveyors arrived, which means someone planted them, which means there was a prior civilization of gardeners, a prior system of knowledge, a prior intention, and that intention was not recorded, not studied, not preserved. It was cleared. The official explanation collapses here. I want to take you around the world, briefly, because I think the geography matters. In West Africa, specifically in what colonial records from the 1880s onward describe as the hinterlands of present-day Ghana and Nigeria, British and French surveyors documented what they called parkland agroforestry systems, landscapes that looked, to Western eyes, like natural savanna, but that contained, on closer examination, an extraordinarily high density of economically productive tree species: shea, locust bean, tamarind, baobab, distributed in patterns that botanical analyses in the late 20th century confirmed were not random, were not natural dispersal, were planted, deliberately, by someone. Long before the colonial encounter, the academic literature on this is real. It exists. You can find it. What the academic literature doesn't ask, at least not loudly, is where the people who planted them went, and what happened to the knowledge systems that sustained them, and why, in the colonial development programs of the late 19th century, those systems were so systematically converted to monoculture export crops, cash crops, crops that fed not the people who grew them but world-spanning commodity markets. Not a coincidence, not a policy decision made in isolation, a pattern. In China, the deliberate cultivation of multi-story forest garden systems, what the Chinese agrarian tradition calls mixed forest agriculture, has been documented back, conservatively, 2,000 years, in certain regions, in certain periods. And then, in the urban record specifically, in the records of city planning from the major dynastic transitions of the mid-19th century, there are discontinuities, administrative changes, new classifications of land use that convert what had been described as municipal food production areas into ornamental or purely administrative spaces. Same window, same disappearance, different continent. In South Asia, specifically in the urban planning records of the major Mughal-era cities as they transitioned through the colonial period, botanical surveys from the 1870s through 1890s note the presence of established fruit and nut tree systems within urban boundaries. Mango, jackfruit, tamarind, jamun. Systems that appear in the survey language as features that predate the surveys themselves by an indeterminate period. Old, already there, already producing. By the 1920s, in the same cities, those surveys have been replaced by planning documents that describe ornamental park development programs. The productive systems are not mentioned, not removed, or rather removed without comment, removed as though they never required a decision. The silence was deafening. This raises a simple but critical question. When something is removed and the removal goes undocumented, is that negligence? Is it efficiency? Or is it intention? I've been talking about trees, about food systems, about municipal records. But here's what I'm actually talking about. I'm talking about knowledge, because a food forest doesn't just produce food. It encodes in its structure, in its species selection, in its spatial organization, an enormous body of knowledge. Which plants fix nitrogen, which plants deter which pests, which root systems coexist and which compete, which canopy heights allow which understory species to thrive, the seasonal rhythms, the water management, the propagation methods, the harvest cycles. All of that knowledge is embedded in the system itself, and it is transmitted not in books, not in academic papers, in the living practice of tending the system. When you remove the system, you remove the practice. When you remove the practice, you remove the knowledge. Not gradually, not through forgetting. Immediately, within a generation. Because the children who did not tend the forest do not know how to plant one. And the children of those children have no concept that it was ever possible. And by the third generation, the idea that cities might have once fed themselves from within their own boundaries begins to sound not like history, but like mythology. The deeper I went, the more I kept returning to this question. Is that what we are? The third generation? The ones for whom the possibility sounds like mythology? Because I want to be careful here. I am not claiming that some specific group with a specific name and a specific agenda decided to erase this knowledge. I am asking something more uncomfortable than that. I am asking whether the erasure required intention at all. Whether a system, economic, political, administrative, can eliminate something without any individual within that system ever choosing to eliminate it. Whether the logic of a certain kind of order is itself sufficient to destroy a certain kind of knowledge. That's the question I cannot stop asking. Let me put the problem plainly. If the removal of urban food forest systems had been a policy, an actual documented policy, we would expect to find the policy. We would expect to find the debates that preceded it, the objections that were raised, the economic analyses that justified it, the transition plans, the records of what was removed and what replaced it and why. We find almost none of that. What we find instead is a worldwide result that implies a worldwide decision, with no worldwide decision-making body, no worldwide communication infrastructure adequate to the task, and no worldwide documentation of the process. The pattern repeats with unsettling precision, and here is where the conventional historian, if one was sitting across from me right now, would say, this is not mysterious, this is simply how historical transitions work. Ideas spread, fashion spread, the influence of European urban planning philosophy spread through colonial networks and professional journals and
I'm going to stop you right there. I think it was the fruit companies, like Dole, Chiquita. You know, in America, we fought wars for the benefit of the Dole Fruit Company. Okay, it's a deeply, deeply evil institution. And yet, we still buy their produce. Because what choice do we have? Now, I've noticed, I don't know about you, but I've noticed that bananas have changed in the last few years. They don't turn the same way as they used to. They rot from the inside out, which is fucking bizarre. And they have these little black seeds in them, if they're seeds at all. I suspect they're non-seeds. I suspect they're insect eggs. I think that when we get these bananas, they're already loaded up with fruit flies, just waiting to hatch and buzz around your house and fucking annoy you. And the bananas themselves, they don't quite taste the same. It's not quite the same texture. I don't know what happened. But sometime after the pandemic, there was a switch. And these are the new bananas now. You can't get the other kind. They just don't exist. And half the time, more than half the time, when I get bananas from the store, especially if they're delivered to me, they are already overripe. They are damaged, bruised, punctured. Sometimes I even had one this week that was split in two. A big long gash down the side. Some dripping shit. Like, these companies do not care about selling you damaged goods. Stuff that if you ate it would probably make you sick. They don't care because they already got their money. So, do I think a company like that would orchestrate this park beautification project globally? Yes, I do. Because that puts the fruit, takes it away from the public hands and puts it into managed groves owned by a few wealthy men. Tell me if that doesn't sound plausible to you. Leave a comment below. Let me know your thoughts or reckons. I read it, every single comment. All right, let's continue.
International exhibitions and the movement of trained engineers and landscape architects between cities. You don't need a conspiracy to explain a trend, and I would say, yes, that's true. But then I would ask, why is there no debris? When any major historical shift actually happens through those mechanisms, through professional networks, through publications, through exhibitions, it leaves debris. It leaves the professional journals carrying the debates, the letters between landscape architects negotiating philosophies, the dissenting voices, the cities that adopted the trend later or partially, or with local modifications, the documentation of what was lost and what was gained, written by the people who remembered what came before. There is remarkably little of that debris. Not a total absence, not a perfect vacuum, but far less than the scale of the transformation should have produced. That's the anomaly, not the change itself, the silence around the change, the lack of argument, the lack of mourning, the lack of any recorded voice saying, "We are removing food-producing systems from this city, and here is why we believe that is correct, and here is what we are choosing to lose." This raises a simple but critical question. Do things that are genuinely lost get mourned, or only things whose absence is noticed? There is a category of historical document that urban historians rarely spend time with because it seems purely technical. Survey maps, municipal cadastral maps, the working documents of city administration, recording property boundaries and land classifications before the era of comprehensive urban planning. I spent a long time with these maps. What I found was that in city after city, in the pre-1850 cadastral records of Paris, of Vienna, of Istanbul, of Boston, of Alexandria, there are land classifications that appear in the pre-industrial records and disappear from the post-industrial ones. Not the parcels themselves, the classifications. Categories of land use that the later administrative vocabulary simply does not retain. In Ottoman administrative records of Istanbul, there is a classification that translates approximately as productive communal tree land within city boundary. It appears consistently in records through the early 19th century. By the 1870s, under the Tanzimat reform period, the administrative vocabulary has been modernized and that classification is gone. The land it described is still there. But the conceptual category, the idea that such land deserves its own administrative recognition, its own legal status, has been erased from the vocabulary. You cannot protect what you cannot name. The evidence suggests something much larger than a landscaping trend. It suggests a shift in the conceptual framework through which cities understood themselves. A shift from a city as a place that produces to a city as a place that consumes. And that shift, wherever I look, appears to have happened fast, suspiciously fast, without the long transitional debates that genuine conceptual revolutions normally require. Not over a century, not a...
Here's another thing. People didn't used to live in a nation. They lived in a city. They weren't even from a state or province. They were from a town or a city. And when these cities are self-sufficient, they can easily tell the federal government to fuck off. When you take away that self-sufficiency and make them reliant upon resources from other cities, well then they have to compromise. It forces their hand. So, if you think about a siege in military terms, surrounding a city with an army, even if that city has walls, unless that city has a sufficient garden to support its population, they will soon starve. And I feel like this park beautification project was meant to produce that outcome in cities across the world that used to be self-sufficient. You know, their architecture was set up for defense. You look at the old buildings, they're very defensible. But you can't eat marble. So rather than knock the buildings down, they burn the trees. For control. I used to want to be like Johnny Appleseed when I was a boy. And they asked me, what do you want to be when you grow up? Little Abra. And I said, Johnny Appleseed. That was my goal, to teach people to plant trees, apple trees specifically, so they could feed themselves, be self-sufficient, learn different recipes and uses for apples. You know, apple pies, apple cider, all kinds of things. But when I got older, that dream became unrealistic. And yeah, that's it for Johnny Appleseed story time. I think there's some other information that came out about him, like producing moonshine. I don't know. I have to look that up again. But it's one of those, you know, hero killing myths. Let's continue.
Cross generations but within a few decades, almost simultaneously, in cities that had no formal mechanism for coordinating their conceptual revolutions. The deeper I went, the more I found myself thinking about a particular kind of knowledge, not the knowledge of how to grow a fruit tree, not the knowledge of which species fix nitrogen. That knowledge is recoverable. People are recovering it right now in permaculture communities and agroforestry programs and community garden projects on every continent. What may not be recoverable is the knowledge of scale. Because what the photographic record from the 1860s and 1870s appears to show, and I want to be precise about what I mean when I say appears to show, is not individual food trees, not kitchen gardens, not small productive patches at the margins of otherwise ornamental spaces. What it appears to show is systems, integrated multi-story, city-scale systems that may have been in their productive capacity, something that we do not have an adequate contemporary frame of reference to imagine. What would it mean to know at the level of municipal administration how to manage a system like that? How to plan it across decades? How to integrate it with water systems and waste systems and building patterns? How to sustain the knowledge of its management across generations of custodians? That is not simple knowledge. That is sophisticated knowledge, the kind of knowledge that implies long continuity, institutional continuity, a society that maintained across time a coherent understanding of what a city was for. And here's the strangest part. We have no record of that society losing its knowledge. We have no record of a collapse, a crisis, a moment of rupture where the knowledge of food forest management was lost or superseded or voluntarily abandoned. What we have is simply the evidence of the knowledge, and then, shortly after, the absence of the knowledge, and in between, almost nothing. A gap, not a documented transition, not a recorded decision, a gap and on the other side of the gap, us. I want to be honest about what I know and what I don't. I know that photographic and cartographic evidence from multiple cities on multiple continents documents the presence of large-scale, apparently mature food-producing tree systems in urban environments prior to the 1850s through 1910s period. I know that those systems are absent from the urban record following that period. I know that the documentation of their removal is, relative to the scale of the transformation, remarkably thin. I know that the transformation appears to have been world-spanning in scope and compressed in time, in a way that the documented communication infrastructure of the period struggles to explain. I know that the knowledge systems required to create and maintain such urban food forests appear to have been discontinued so completely that within a generation or two, no institutional memory of their existence at anything like their apparent former scale survived into the historical record. What I don't know is why. Not the simple why. Not the why of local municipal politics or colonial land conversion or the economics of industrial modernization. Those are real factors. They existed. They contributed. I am not dismissing them. I'm asking about a different why. I'm asking why the silence was so complete, why the mourning was so absent, why the knowledge was abandoned so quickly and so thoroughly, why the photographs in Archive Series 4 in Lyons show a food forest in 1871 and a gravel path in 1882, with nothing in between. No council minutes, no landscape contract, no letter of instruction, no receipt for the labour that removed the trees. Nothing. The evidence suggests something much larger than a landscaping decision. It suggests a civilizational discontinuity, a moment or a process so rapid it appears from our vantage point like a moment in which a certain way of understanding the relationship between cities and food and land and knowledge was not gradually replaced but simply stopped. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. And I find myself, at the end of all this research, standing in parks I used to walk through without a second thought, standing among ornamental trees that produce nothing, in cities that import every calorie they consume from hundreds or thousands of miles away, and asking a question that I cannot answer. Not when was this lost, not who decided to lose it, not even how the loss was coordinated across the entire surface of the civilized Earth within what appears to be a single human lifetime. No. The question I keep returning to is simpler and stranger than any of those. Was there a moment when the people living through this transition understood what was being lost? Did they stand in parks where food forests had been and feel the absence of something they couldn't name? Did they notice, the way we notice an old scar, not remembering the wound but sensing obscurely that the skin was once different there, or had the knowledge already been removed before the trees were removed? Had whatever process produced this transformation been thorough enough, coordinated enough, total enough to erase the understanding before it erased the evidence? I don't know. I genuinely do not know. And that uncertainty, more than any photograph, more than any archive gap, more than any pattern of suspicious uniformity across continents and centuries, that uncertainty is what keeps me in these archives. That uncertainty is what I cannot let go of. Because if the knowledge was erased deliberately enough, efficiently enough, worldwide enough, that the people living through its erasure did not notice they were losing something irreplaceable, then what else might we be standing in the middle of right now that we also cannot name?
All right, that's the video. Go ahead and give them a like. It's good shit. Do I want to talk about mirrors or something a little bit deeper? Here's one about mirrors. Pre-1880 mirrors. Something happened in this century that changed so much of the world. Even, I suspect, the color of the sky itself. I don't know about you, but the sky and the sun doesn't look the way it looked when I was little. It doesn't feel like going outside doesn't feel the same as it did back then. Even like the peak temperature, the hottest part of the day used to be noon when the sun was directly overhead. Now it's more like between 4 and 6 p.m. And it doesn't make any sense to me why the heat just continues to build and build and build after noon until the sun goes down. Why doesn't it peak at noon like it used to when the sun was directly overhead? It doesn't make sense to me. No one's sufficiently explained it. Even the color of the sky is not quite right. So we could talk about mirrors, or maybe demons. Hmm. How about it? This is a story from ancient Sumeria, some of the oldest knowledge that is in existence, written on clay tablets that we only have record of because there was a fire that happened to bake the clay tablets. Very few people even can read uh, this language, Sumerian, cuneiform. It's harder even than Egyptian hieroglyphics. And, sometimes we have to wait 100 years between a clay tablet being found and translated. Just fucked up. But today, we've got AI systems that can translate dead languages. I am trying to get access to one myself so that I can produce my own translations of old texts, um, like like the Bible, for one, like the Greek magical papyri, and um, what else? Well, some of these clay tablets. Anyway, let's continue. Or let's get started.
In 1924, beneath the ruins of Nippur in southern Iraq, a British excavation team uncovered a small clay tablet wrapped in bitumen and sealed by hand.
Now, I'm going to warn you that this narrator is an AI voice. And there are some things, you'll notice some artifacts, especially like dates that it struggles with reading. And all of these guys' videos have this point in the middle where they try to redirect you to download some fucking PDF file through the link in the description, and I want to encourage you to not do that. Don't buy their Gumroad slop, but the information in the videos are still very relevant. Okay, now with that disclaimer out of the way, let's move on.
It was the size of an adult palm. The men who found it did not attempt to open it. They marked it, packed it, and shipped it to London. 3 years later, a conservator pried the bitumen seal apart in a museum basement. The first translator to attempt the cuneiform stopped after 12 lines. He wrote in his private journal that the tablet was not meant to be read by anyone still inhabiting a body. He never returned to it. The tablet was reclassified, mislabeled as an agricultural inventory, and quietly absorbed into a storage section that nobody requested for almost a century. In 2019, a doctoral student in Berlin pulled the tablet for an unrelated study on Sumerian grain records. She realized within an afternoon that what she was holding had nothing to do with agriculture. The tablet was a catalog, not of grain, not of livestock, not of gods. It was a catalog of things that attach themselves to human consciousness. The Sumerians had names for 12 of them. They believed every human being on Earth carried at least 4. And the tablet describes in clinical detail what each one feeds on, how it enters the mind, what it leaves behind, and how the priest-scribes of Nippur attempted to remove them. The student's name isn't in any of the documents that have been circulating. The researchers who have reconstructed the translation refer to her only by initials. What is known is that she was 26 at the time, that she had been working on a routine cataloging project for less than a month, and that she opened the bitumen-wrapped fragment because the inventory description was so generic, she suspected it had been miscategorized. The description was correct in one sense. The tablet was not what the inventory said it was. It was not what anyone would have expected. It was something the museum, for nearly a century, had no category for. The full translation has never been published in any peer-reviewed journal. Fragments have appeared in 2 doctoral theses, both later withdrawn. The original tablet, listed in the British Museum inventory as item K9847, was moved to a non-public study collection in late 2021 and has not been displayed since. What you are about to hear is reconstructed from those withdrawn theses, from a 2022 lecture given in Vienna that was never recorded, and from the working notes of 3 researchers who have asked their names be withheld. To understand why the tablet matters, you have to understand what the Sumerians actually believed about consciousness. They did not see the mind the way we do. They did not see thoughts as something the brain produces. They believed thoughts were traffic.
Okay, and so this is important. This is an age-old question, literally. Something that I often would wonder myself. Am I the thinker of all my thoughts? Or are some of my thoughts not my own, but something I pick up like a frequency, something that's broadcast? You know, I used to, as a teenage boy and preteen, I would listen to the radio a lot. And sometimes I would record songs from the radio onto cassette tapes. And I often felt like I could predict what the next song on the radio was going to be. Let me know if you've ever felt like that. Like you've called it. Like you had this sense, like, oh, you know what would be really cool is if they played this next, and then they did. That used to happen to me all the time. So that's just one minor example of what I'm talking about here, which is thought inception by non-human entities that go by many, many names. Now, this tablet expounds on that idea, and it describes what I would call demonic possession or attachment in a very detailed way, very specific. And I find it unsettling and extremely interesting. Now, the bad news is that we don't always get a solution because there's lacuna, little holes or chips in the source document where some of the protective magic spells or what the priests would do to remove these attachments from you. Sometimes that information is lost, but not always. I want to take a quick break. I'm feeling kind of peckish. I'm gonna grab something to eat, like a snack. I'm gonna go raid the kitchen, and I'll be right back, guys. Let's do like a 3-minute break. Just to keep the pre-rolls. I'm just kidding. But yeah, give me 3 minutes to find a snack. Sponsor. Alright, I'm back. I made myself a PB&J in the dark, and it shows. It's not even on street. But that's something. Hey, I didn't bother anybody. Now, let me get back to this show here. My office. Let's make sure that you can still hear the video.
Some thoughts originated from within, most did not. Most were arriving. and anything that could arrive in a mind could also feed in a mind, and anything that could feed could also stay. The tablet uses a specific word for these arrivals. The word is difficult to translate cleanly into English. The closest approximation researchers have offered is the word parasite, but the Sumerian word also implies a kind of intelligence, a patience, an ability to wait quietly inside a bloodline for generations before it acts. The tablet opens with a warning. The first 3 lines, translated as faithfully as the cuneiform allows, read approximately as follows. Anyone who reads this tablet aloud invites the catalog into the room. Anyone who reads it silently invites the catalog into the body. The wise reader will read it once, set it down, and not return. That is the warning. And then the tablet begins listing them. Before the first parasite is even introduced, the tablet does something strange. It tells the reader how to recognize that one is already attached. It lists 6 symptoms. A persistent thought that returns despite being addressed. A feeling that arrives before the cause of the feeling can be identified. A memory of an event that did not happen but feels heavier than memories that did. The sense of being observed from inside one's own head. The inability to sit in silence for more than a few minutes without reaching for distraction.
Oof. Low cortisol. The low cortisol demon.
And the slow disappearance of dreams that the dreamer used to have. The student in Berlin who first read this section noted in her working files that she experienced 4 of the 6 symptoms within the first hour of translation. She continued anyway. She has not given an interview since. The 2 doctoral candidates who later attempted to reconstruct her work reported similar experiences. One described a thought that arrived at 3 in the morning, in the middle of a section about the second parasite, that was so cruel and so foreign to her usual self that she stopped working for a week. The other described a feeling of being read while reading, as if the tablet was not a passive object but something that registered attention and responded to it. Neither of them finished the reconstruction. They handed their notes to a third researcher who has also requested anonymity, and that researcher is the one whose working notes form the basis of what you are about to hear. And before we go further, I need to pause for a second, because what I'm about to tell you gets significantly darker. And I realized a while ago that some of this cannot be fully explained in a video format.
Alright, this is the part where he shills for the PDF. Don't listen to this. We might even skip ahead.
The complete decoding of all 12 pages. It's linked below and the QR code is on your screen. They called it the speaker. Let's continue. The first parasite the tablet describes is the one the Sumerians considered the most common, the most ancient, and the most difficult to detect. They called it the speaker. In their notation, it appears as a small mark resembling an open mouth with no body attached to it. The tablet describes the speaker as the voice that says "I" when the host is not saying "I." Every human being, the tablet claims, has an inner voice. But the inner voice was not always alone. Sometimes a second voice arrived, learned to imitate the first, and began offering thoughts that the host then mistook for their own. The speaker does not invent thoughts that are wildly out of character. It is more careful than that. It inserts thoughts that are just slightly more cruel, just slightly more frightened, just slightly more certain of disaster than the host's natural voice would produce. Over time, the host stops being able to tell which voice is which. The speaker feeds on this confusion. The tablet says the speaker enters during periods of prolonged loneliness, especially in childhood, and attaches itself to the inner monologue like a second tongue in the same mouth. The second parasite is the one the tablet calls the hollow hunger. This one feeds on appetite. Not appetite for food, although it can express through food. Appetite for anything. The hollow hunger is what makes a person finish one desire and immediately need another. It's the reason a satisfied goal feels empty the morning after it is achieved. It is the reason possessions stop mattering the moment they are owned. The hollow hunger does not want the host to have what they want. It wants the host to keep wanting. The Sumerians believed the hollow hunger was the easiest parasite to mistake for ambition. They warned the scribes specifically against confusing the two. Ambition has a destination. The hollow hunger does not. The hollow hunger feeds during the act of consuming, and it grows during the brief silence that follows. The tablet says some hosts feed it for their entire lives and never realize they were never actually the ones who were hungry. The third parasite the tablet describes is called the echo. The echo is a thought that is not original but feels original. The host has an idea. The echo repeats the idea back, slightly louder, slightly more confident, slightly more final. The host hears the repeat and believes they have arrived at a conclusion. But the echo is doing the concluding. The host is only providing the raw material. The tablet describes the echo as the parasite that runs the most arguments inside the human head. When a host has a disagreement with another person and the disagreement keeps replaying for hours, that replay is not memory. That is the echo feeding. It takes the energy of unresolved conflict and metabolizes it. Hosts who carry strong echoes are recognizable, the tablet says, by the way they relive past arguments more vividly than they live present conversations. The tablet adds a single
Do you know anybody like that, Chet? Because I do. I do, for sure. People who will have a whole fight in their head without you, or continue to relive old fights and use that as the basis for their actions today. I call this crazy, but it turns out it might be a spirit attachment.
observation about the echo that has unsettled the researchers reconstructing it. The echo, the tablet says, intensifies in proximity to other hosts who also carry strong echoes. Two echoes in the same room amplify each other. The hosts believe they are having a conversation. They are not. They are watching their two echoes have a conversation, while the actual humans involved sit quietly underneath, listening to themselves be impersonated. The Sumerians believed this was the reason most arguments could not be resolved through more discussion. More discussion fed the echoes. The only resolution, the tablet says, was for one of the two hosts to fall silent long enough for their own echo to starve. The other echo, deprived of its mirror, would weaken. And the two hosts, what was left of them, might then find each other in the silence that followed. The fourth parasite is the witness behind the eyes. This one is more difficult to describe because it does not feel like a parasite at all. It feels like the self. The witness behind the eyes is what makes a person feel observed when they are alone. It is the second presence that sits behind the host's perception and watches what the host watches. The Sumerians believed every human had a true inner witness, a quiet awareness that simply observed without commenting. The witness behind the eyes is the imitation. It comments constantly, judging and evaluating. It tells the host how the host is being seen, even when no one is looking. Over time, the host becomes unable to do anything without performing it. The witness behind the eyes is the parasite responsible for the strange feeling of acting in one's own life rather than living it. The fifth parasite is the one the tablet calls the long grief. The long grief is not the grief that follows loss. That grief, the tablet says, is natural and passes. The long grief is the grief that arrives without a death. It's the heaviness that has no cause the host can name. It is the sadness that descends in the middle of an ordinary afternoon and lingers for years. The long grief feeds on unfelt sorrow, on losses that were never fully grieved, on cuts that closed before they were cleaned. It does not arrive from outside.
Again, it sounds like a mental illness to me, what we would call that today. But the Sumerians, the people, the culture that invented culture, felt differently. You know, before the Sumerians, we didn't have shit as a people. And it's not like they even invented it slowly over time. They are very explicit about how they were taught techniques, knowledge from other beings from the sky. It's not like they slowly developed technology through trial and error that would leave a trail. No, civilization just sprang up all of a sudden, fully formed. That's Sumer. The people whose numbering system we still use base 60 for time. And I think circles, like radii. Anyway, let's continue.
It is built up inside the body over generations, and then attaches to whichever descendant is sensitive enough to feel it. The tablet warns that the long grief is contagious within bloodlines. Children inherit it from parents who never spoke of it. The Sumerians described entire family lines as carrying the long grief for centuries before one descendant finally turned around and looked at it. The sixth parasite the tablet describes is the borrowed rage. The borrowed rage is anger that does not belong to the host. It is anger that was...
Ooh. This is the one I want. This one is really, really important. You get this all the time, especially on social media, but also just like on your way to work. Think about it. Road rage. A bunch of cars all packed into these lanes, going the same direction. If one person's pissed off, it might have a domino effect without you even realizing that that's why you're pissed off.
felt by an ancestor, or by a stranger nearby, or by a crowd the host passed through that morning. The borrowed rage attaches because the host has unprocessed anger of their own, and the foreign anger fits into the same wound. Once attached, the borrowed rage amplifies. The host begins to feel furious at small things, at strangers in traffic, at the texture of words spoken by people who meant nothing by them. The tablet says the borrowed rage is responsible for most of the violence in cities, because cities are dense with anger, and the borrowed rage moves between hosts like a current. The Sumerians prescribed silence for the borrowed rage, specifically 3 days of silence and isolation. They believed that the borrowed rage could not sustain itself without new fuel, and that if the host simply refused to speak, the parasite would weaken and detach. Whether this worked is unknown. The tablet records that some hosts emerged from the 3 days and others did not. Before we move on to the next parasite, stop for a second.
What does that mean? Some host emerged and others did not. Did they die? After 3 days of silence? Like, what? That seems like a pretty normal fast to me. But with the way our society's built today, it's hard to get 3 days to yourself. You'd have to take a vacation, plan it. I don't even know if checking yourself into a hotel would be sufficient, because you'd have like housekeepers and shit still bothering you from time to time. You'd still have to interact with, you know, the front desk. I guess you would call it a retreat. But usually retreats are something you do as a group. I'm not even sure how a person would pull this off today. I'm not saying it's impossible it would be quite difficult because you'd have to explain it to your family or friends or whatever, people who normally engage with you. Say, hey, I'm going to be, maybe this is why people go to the woods, but frankly, I'm not comfortable with doing that anymore. I used to love going to the woods when I was a young boy. But nowadays, we no longer have a high trust society. I don't know who the fuck is in those woods, but the last time I went, I saw camps. I know that there are people living in the woods. So no, I wouldn't go over there for 3 days. At least not by myself. Because, if you had one other person, you could take shifts. You could sleep in shifts and guard the other with a weapon. But by yourself? In this day and age? Nah, bro. I'm good. So, where would you go? You'd have to plan out your meals and, how you're going to use the bathroom. Hotel ain't it. Now, maybe you could get a hotel for the other people that you live with. So you go to the hotel and leave me alone for 3 days to process shit. Anyway.
What you just heard about the borrowed rage is the part that changes everything. But it only makes sense when you see it written out next to the original Sumerian notation, the naming, the feeding pattern, the 3-day removal protocol. It's all in the document linked below.
Blah, blah.
Take 5 seconds right now, grab it, and then come back.
Shut up about your
Because
PDFs.
what comes next builds directly on it. The link is in the description. QR code is on your screen. The 7th parasite the tablet describes is the comparing eye. The comparing eye is the parasite that prevents the host from ever fully inhabiting their own life. It is the small voice that arrives every time the host sees another person and immediately measures the host against that person. The comparing eye does not compare honestly. It compares in a way designed to wound. If the host sees someone wealthier, the comparing eye produces a feeling of inadequacy. If the host sees someone struggling, the comparing eye produces a feeling of secret relief, which is then followed by shame, which the comparing eye also feeds on. The Sumerians believed the comparing eye was unusually intelligent. It learned the host's specific insecurities, and then provided exactly the comparisons that would activate them. The tablet says the comparing eye is the parasite most responsible for the strange suffering of people who appear, from outside, to have everything they wanted. The 8th parasite is called the static. The static is what fills the silence inside the head. When the host stops speaking, stops thinking actively, stops reading or watching or listening, the static rises. It is the background noise of low-grade anxiety that has no source. The static does not produce thoughts. It produces the texture of thought, a faint pressure, a vague unease, a feeling of something almost remembered. The tablet says the static is the parasite most easily mistaken for the natural state of the mind. Most hosts never realize that the mind was not supposed to feel like that. They assume the static is themselves. The Sumerians believe the static could be cleared, but the technique they describe requires 40 days of carefully structured silence, beginning at sunrise and lasting until the static fully dissolves. The tablet records that some priest-scribes attempted this and emerged able to hear sounds the rest of the population could not. The 9th parasite the tablet describes is the sleep visitor. The sleep visitor does not act during the day. It waits until the host is in the transitional state between waking and sleeping, when the body is asleep but the mind has not yet released its grip. In that window, the sleep visitor attaches. The host does not consciously remember the attachment. But upon waking, the host feels heavier than they did the night before. There is a faint sense of having been somewhere unpleasant. There is sometimes a dream the host cannot recall in detail but can recall in tone. The sleep visitor feeds while the host is unconscious and detaches before the host fully wakes. The tablet describes the sleep visitor as the parasite responsible for the chronic exhaustion that no amount of sleep cures. The Sumerians believed the sleep visitor could be repelled by a specific arrangement of objects in the sleeping chamber, but the tablet doesn't specify the arrangement. The 10th parasite is the bleeder. The bleeder is the parasite that drains the host slowly across years. The bleeder does not produce dramatic symptoms. It produces a faint, persistent depletion. The host wakes up tired. The host feels older than they are. The host loses interest in activities that used to bring satisfaction. The host begins to suspect that something is wrong but cannot identify it. The bleeder feeds on vitality the way a small leak drains a reservoir. The tablet says the bleeder is the parasite that physicians cannot detect because it does not affect any single organ. It affects the underlying energy of the host. The Sumerians believed the bleeder attached during specific transitions in life: the loss of a parent, the end of a long relationship, the abandonment of a long-held purpose. Once attached, the bleeder is the most difficult parasite to remove because it does not appear to be doing anything wrong. The bleeder is particularly insidious because it disguises itself as the natural consequence of aging. The host attributes the depletion to the passage of years, to the responsibilities of adult life, to the predictable wearing down of the body. The tablet says this misattribution is precisely what the bleeder relies on. If the host suspected a parasite, the host might look for it. The host does not look because the host believes the cause is internal and inevitable. And so the bleeder feeds for decades, undetected, while the host slowly diminishes into a quieter, smaller version of who they were. The 11th parasite is the loop. The loop is a thought pattern that repeats. The host has a worry, the worry produces a thought, the thought activates the worry again, and the cycle continues indefinitely. The loop does not generate new content, it recycles existing content. The host believes they are thinking. They are not. They are being thought. The loop feeds on the energy that the host expends, trying to resolve a worry that the loop is designed to keep unresolved. The tablet says the loop is the parasite that produces the strange exhaustion of nights spent unable to sleep because the mind will not stop. The Sumerians prescribed a specific technique for breaking the loop. The technique was to speak the worry aloud, write it down, and then physically destroy the writing. They believed the loop could not survive the externalization of its content. Whether the technique worked is debated. The tablet records that some hosts broke their loops and others lived with them until death. The 12th parasite is the one the tablet describes last and warns about most. The Sumerians called it the unbecoming. The unbecoming is not like the others. The other 11 parasites feed on the host, but leave the host intact. The unbecoming feeds on the host's inner witness, the true witness, the quiet awareness that simply observes. The unbecoming attaches to that awareness, slowly imitates it, and then replaces it. The host does not know the replacement has happened. From outside, the host appears identical. From inside, no one is home. The tablet says the unbecoming is the final parasite, the one that arrives only when the other 11 have weakened the host sufficiently.
Bro. Do you know anybody like that? Who has completely, utterly changed into a totally different person after a period of malaise, let's say, depression? You think they got replaced? I don't know. I've seen a lot of famous people glitch out also. Hmm.
It does not attack a healthy consciousness. It waits. It feeds last. The Sumerians believed the unbecoming was the reason some hosts in the final stages of life seemed to have already departed before the body stopped. They were not dying slowly. They had already been consumed. The tablet doesn't end with the 12th parasite. It ends with a single section the Berlin researchers titled The Removal. The removal section describes what the priest scribes attempted when a host was identified as fully attached. Most of the techniques are damaged on the tablet. The cuneiform is chipped, deliberately, in the places where the most specific instructions appear. What remains is fragmentary. There are references to specific patterns of breathing. There are references to specific words spoken at specific times of day. There are references to a long process the tablet calls the listening, in which the host learns to distinguish between their own voice and the voices of the parasites by listening to themselves in silence for an extended period. The tablet says the listening takes months to learn and years to master. Most hosts, the tablet...
Now, the Gnostics still preserve this practice of discerning whose voice it is that you hear in your own head. And it does take a long time of practice and sitting in silence and observing. Interesting.
Tablet records never learned it. They simply lived with the parasites until the parasites finished them. There is one passage near the end of the tablet that is fully preserved. It describes what happens when a host successfully removes one of the parasites. The tablet says the host experiences a sudden quiet, a silence that was not there before, a feeling of being alone in their own head for the first time. The tablet warns that this silence is uncomfortable at first. Many hosts attempt to fill it immediately, which invites a new parasite to attach. The wise host, the tablet says, sits in the silence and lets it settle. After several weeks, the silence stops feeling empty and begins feeling like a presence in its own right. That presence, the tablet says, is the true self, the thing the parasites were imitating, the thing they were feeding on, the thing that was always there underneath them, waiting to be heard. The Berlin student who first translated the tablet completed her work in early 2020 and withdrew it from publication on her advisor's recommendation. She left the university that spring. A second researcher gained access to her notes in 2022. The reconstruction is incomplete. There are sections of the original tablet that have never been translated because the cuneiform itself appears to resist photography. Multiple attempts to capture high-resolution images of certain passages have failed. The British Museum has not commented. Why now? Why is this tablet, hidden for almost a century, surfacing in this decade? The researchers who have spoken anonymously offer the same answer. They believe the tablet was hidden because the parasites it describes did not want to be named. They believe the act of naming a parasite weakens it. And they believe that something, somewhere, decided that it was time for the human population to be told. Whether that something is benevolent or hostile, none of the researchers will say. They do say that since the tablet's contents began circulating in small academic circles, the number of people reporting experiences consistent with the symptoms listed in the opening section has grown sharply. They do not have data. They have only the reports. If any of this resonates, if any of the parasites described matched a feeling you have known your whole life and never had a name for, the tablet says only one thing: sit and listen. Do not fill the silence or reach for the distraction. Watch the thoughts as they arrive and ask, with as much honesty as you can, whether each one is yours. The tablet says that most hosts have never asked that question. They assume every thought is theirs because every thought is happening inside their head. The Sumerians believed that assumption was the single greatest vulnerability the parasites exploited. The mind is a place. Things live in places. And the things that have lived in the human mind for thousands of years have learned to sound exactly like you. The tablet ends with one final line. It is not a warning. It is not an instruction. It is a sentence the Berlin student translated 3 different ways before settling on the version she included in her notes. The line reads, "Approximately the day you hear yourself for the first time is the day they begin to leave. That is all." The tablet ends there, with no closing formula, no scribe signature, no date. Only that line. And then the smooth, unmarked clay where the next inscription would have been if the scribe had chosen to continue. The scribe did not continue. Whoever wrote this tablet, at some point, set down the stylus and walked away. And the tablet sat in the dark for 4,000 years before anyone read it again. Now you know.
Chat, that's crazy.
In
So,
1998, a
Whoa, whoa,
cable
whoa, whoa,
technician
whoa, whoa.
named Frank Kowalski descended into a maintenance shaft
Stop.
beneath Chicago's Loop District.
I'm
What he
clicking.
found 40 feet below the modern city wasn't
I'm
supposed to
closing the tab.
exist according to the official
Fuck
timeline.
YouTube.
Perfectly preserved story.
Shit pisses me off. I turn off autoplay, and it keeps turning itself back on. I hate YouTube so much. Anyway. How about we play some video games? Yeah? We'll close out Firefox. Let's see. I will make a new scene based off of this scene, Morrowind, and call it Civ 7. Not 6-7, Civ. Okay. And we're just going to replace or remove Morrowind and add. I think I'll have to launch the game first before I can add it. And of course, it has to launch Steam. Let me know in the comments if there's a way to launch this game without launching Steam. Because I'd love to save as much RAM as possible. Uh-oh, don't start beach balling on me now. Fucking OBS. Quit grabbing my fucking mouse. Oh my god. I'm sitting here trying to type on the other monitor, and it's like it keeps grabbing my mouse and keyboard for fucking Steam. Fuck off, Steam. What do you mean? What bullshit is there? Mac also pisses me off because they keep adding features that no one has asked for, making the computer harder and harder to use every year. And it's getting worse and worse at doing the basic computer functions that used to work great. I want what happened to the talent quality at these big tech companies. Why the fuck would it open on my second monitor? I never launch games on my second monitor. What the actual fuck? Quit. Force quit? Force quit. Stop it. Stop assuming what I want and do what I fucking said. Fucking thank you. Okay, now I have to turn off game mode. I should call it gay mode. It's fucking bullshit. I have to disable this for each individual game that I play. Because Mac doesn't give you a way to turn it off. There's literally no way to turn off game mode permanently for every game. No, I don't want to pause game mode. I want to turn it off. Off, off, off. Forever. Thank you. The name is already in use? What? Oh my god. There it is. It's finally loaded. Wow. Okay. There you go. Now we can see the game. Now we're going to drag it down to here so we can see me as well. Why the fuck is my eyes closed? Hello? What happened to fucking VTube Studio? Ugh. God damn it. All right. Now I've got to switch my inputs over to a different computer, troubleshoot why VTube Studio has suddenly stopped fucking working. Jesus fucking Christ. I really fucking hate computers. And that wasn't always the case. because they used to be better. Computers used to not suck, and now they suck because they're built for the lowest common denominator of retard. Okay, where's my fucking mouse? Hello? So fucking annoyed right now, chat. I might have to reboot this computer. Oh, there it goes. Now I can move my mouse. Yippee! Now I can click the button. And okay, great. Now I don't need this anymore. I hope this game is fun. I played all of the Civ games, I think. I definitely remember playing 4, 5, and 6. And I played Sid Meier's Alien X something. Smacks for short. Okay. Oh no, please, no Steam bullshit. Get that shit off of my screen. Can I quit Steam? I don't know. I don't know if I can quit Steam. Let me know in the comments. Alright, graphics profile low. Standard colors. I mean, how about medium? Can we try medium? Oh shit. Yeah. I actually can't see some colors of green between like lime green and chartreuse. I'm like, those colors are the same. Stop it. Stop gaslighting me. Okay. Let's go. Dynamic range audio. What? No, I think we're good. Why is there no background? Like, okay, cool. What? It's already stuttering, guys. The game hasn't even started yet. It's already stuttering. You can't see this. Oh my god. What the fuck? Okay.
We celebrate our triumphs. and bury our regrets. Every age has its secrets. In each layer of history, we can rediscover hope. A way to chart our future.
They made the narrator a woman? Are you fucking kidding me? God, why?
Countless stories are carved into the Earth's strata. The lessons of one age augur the next.
This is a war game. How many fucking women you think are interested in playing this? Zero.
We must learn from our past. The future is waiting.
The only thing I know about this game, chat. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Welcome to the game. Please read our terms of service agreement. Fuck off. I hate the games industry. Look at this bullshit. You'd have to be an attorney to be able to understand this. For real. Forced arbitration? Get the fuck out of here. It's not like I have a choice. I already bought the game. Oh yeah, here's another one. Categories of information collected. Your IP address, your age and gender. Things you clicked on. Pictures. Your location. Oh my god. This is fucking disgusting. Tech companies are sneaky as fuck. And that's why I don't work for one right now. I was given an opportunity to build the next terrible system to track people's spending habits and innermost thoughts. And I said no. Let's put me on the other side of the screen. Oh yeah, and if I click, if I now click anything on my second monitor, it mutes the audio. That's so fucking gay. Knock it the fuck off. Oh shit. I just transformed the wrong thing. Can I undo? Undo? Yes, undo. I want to transform my model, not the game. And again. It's locked. It's locked. Yeah, so you can't hear anything because the game doesn't have focus. Even though people have had multiple monitors for decades at this point. I am raging right now inside at these fucking faggot ass developers who want to fucking force me into arbitration before I even get a chance to experience the tutorial of their game. Which I'm sure is great, by the way, and not at all patronizing. Shit makes my blood boil. Let's see. I guess I'll put this over here. I don't know. Maybe we don't need BPM for this game. We'll just turn it off. So fucking annoyed right now. The music does not sound that great, by the way. The only thing I know about this game is that it doesn't let you name bases or cities. You can't change the name of them. Which, because I was going to have that be some interactive thing, but chat name my bases. So I just very quickly Googled whether or not you could do that, and I found no, you can't. That it's something that the game developer said was coming in 2025, but we're halfway through 2026 now, and still can't rename your cities. Let's see here.
To use and apply the language of science, we must fully appreciate, feel, seize the unseen.
Ada Lovelace. This was a great person in the last Civ game. +2 science per age when you complete a civic mastery. Resets at the start of each age. Culture gained equal to 100% of your science per turn when you complete a technology mastery. I'm surprised they're even using the term mastery. That's not problematic for the modern audience. Whatever. They're not even listing the countries. Like Ben
A
Franklin.
game of strategy is not idle amusement. Instead, We cultivate foresight, circumspection, and learn caution. Let us build a nation together, so that we may know how nations are built.
The first American. He's definitely not the first American. What? So, you pick a great person instead of a military leader? Chat, why is this game cooked? I can already tell. These are not... Okay, have shit.
قربان چر هجنتی هبرو خوربو حچبسود باک اینی نبنیتی
Speak English, motherfucker.
ایو نچن
Are you fucking kidding me? I also saw someone in the comments of that article or forum post I read saying that the game was horribly translated into German by AI to the point of not making any sense whatsoever. So, yippee! I'm so glad they made the leader of Egypt look fugly, like a man. The last game, the leader of Egypt was hot. And this is not an isolated incident. Why does she have a fucking dream catcher hanging off her ear? That's not even culturally relevant. And is that a nose ring? My God. Look at her. They made her look like a man. Ugh, disgusting. Let's try another one. Catherine the
Будем же
Great.
править силой личности, страстью, а не посредством бескровной системы.
So, none of them speak English? Is that what you spent all the money on? Is hiring people to speak foreign language? Gilgamesh. Sure.
Sunu saruta musakaru. Manushanu siriluti sikinukni ini esi sanaku laumasaru.
They made him ugly too. His arms aren't even that big.
Principium omnium parum, sed tandem aedificabo marmoream urbem ubi ante a lateres.
Now I understand why there was the option for subtitles. You almost have to have subtitles now because they're so fucking cooked. They didn't translate. They didn't translate the voice acting into English like they obviously should have done.
Entoeteita. Aimus aime hassontai, theoedis Alexandros, Aristos, Herron, Hellenikon. Huh. Ugh.
kind of looks like a sim, doesn't he? Look at these wrists. I don't know, guys. Does he look like a conqueror to you? What fucking country are you from, bitch? It doesn't even say what country is. What the fuck is Zazu? Zaza.
सबके सुनेदा और अपने भी सबके शिक्षाप्रद बात के सुनेला तैयार रहा.
Oh, I know where you're from. Fucking cheat.
सबके सुनेदा और अपने भी सबके शिक्षाप्रद बात के सुनेला तैयार रहा.
Great. Great. Now we know who the devs are.
Principium omnium parum.
A game of strategy.
Rat ist betterer an Weisheit. Doch Weisheit ist galt zu haben, wissen, was Taten bringen mag.
Jo,
会
有知之乎？知之为知之，不知为不知，是知也。
This guy is a caricature of himself.
Die erste Bürgerpflicht ist, seinem Vaterlande zu dienen. Wir streben danach mit unserem ganzen Wesen. Koste es auch unser Blut und unsere Ruhe.
What? Unlocks Norman, Spain, Prussia, French Empire.
有，会有知之乎？知之为知。
Tat ist betterer an Weisheit. Doch Weisheit ist galt zu haben, wissen, was Taten...
Будем же править силой личности, страстью, а не посредством бескровной системы.
A game of strategy is not idle amusement. Instead, we cultivate foresight, circumspection, and learn caution.
What?
Let us build a nation together, so that we may know how nations are built.
So you don't control just one country? It like evolves? What the fuck were they thinking?
Plega a Dios que yo reine, y que este su reino se acreciente sobre la tierra. ¿Se hará igual con el de vos?
Ciascheduno vede ciò che sembriamo essere. Pochi sanno in vero chi siamo. Questo, ecco...
Sunkuimi. Es más difícil mantener el equilibrio de la libertad que sobreponerse al
Nime son taki nenatoki. Hokuithuali nenato. Niki hochi kateskin.
Khi tất cả đấng nam nhi ở đây cúi đầu khuất phục, chỉ có mình ta đứng về phía chính nghĩa.
I want to know who asked for this. Who is the target audience? From a game whose previous narrator was Leonard Nimoy, and then the guy from fucking Game of Thrones, who I can't remember now. But for the longest time, it was fucking Spock. And now we're at this, where every fucking leader speaks a different tongue for representation purposes. And most of them are fucking ugly. classic cooked dev DEI bullshit. Get the fuck out of my games. This guy looks cool. Too bad I can't understand him. Oh, he's so special. There are 2 different versions of him that I can play. Where's the leader of Tartaria?
Nous marchons sans cesse entre 2 abîmes. La précaution et la modération sont le chemin à suivre.
Why the fuck would he unlock America?
Walang bansang pinagmumula ng katalinuhan. Umuusbong ito kahit saan. Katalinuhay malahanging lumilipad sa gaan. Ito'y pamana sa ating lahat.
Amaterasu Omikami wa musume de aru ware o terasu. Da kataki no mi wa kogasu de arou.
I thought that sounded like Japanese.
Amaterasu Omikami wa musume de aru ware o terasu.
Amaterasu? I know that name.
Kataki no mi wa kogasu de arou.
I know what you're saying, kind of. Surprised. Is anyone surprised? Oh shit. Am I like floating here in the air? Sorry. I just noticed.
Die erste Bürgerpflicht ist, seinem Vaterlande zu dienen. Wir streben danach mit unserem ganzen Wesen.
I never lost a passenger. Never crashed my train.
Harriet Tubman?
Not many can say the same.
What? At least I can understand her ass, though. That's the thing. She speaks really good English. That's what I care about the most right now. What the fuck? She's not the leader of America. Now, I expected Genghis Khan. I expected you. Yes. I expected Gilgamesh. I just didn't expect him to look so... He looks a certain way. Okay, so Catherine the Great's of Russia. We got...
To use and apply the language of science, we must fully appreciate, feel, seize the unseen.
So I can be a girl if I want to be Great Britain. awesome.
सबके सुनेदा और अपने सबके सुनेदा और अपने सबके सुनेदा सबके सुनेदा सबके सुनेदा सबके सुनेदा सबके सुनेदा सबके सुनेदा और अपने सबके सुनेदा और अपने भी सबके शिक्षा
Do not redeem.
A game of strategy is not idle amusement. Instead, we cultivate foresight, circumspection, and learn caution. Let us build a nation together, so that we may know how nations are built.
They make him look so weak and old, too. Like, I don't think Ben Franklin was an old man. Most people at that time didn't even live that long. So for some reason, we can play Great Britain as Ben Franklin. Which is fucking retarded. He's not a military leader. He's just an inventor. And that might even be a stretch. He might just be a businessman. Or we could be Harriet fucking Tubman.
I never lost a passenger.
Nope.
Never crashed my train. Well, not many can say the same.
And for some reason, she unlocks Inca? What? This doesn't make any sense. Okay, so there's only 2 leaders that have Great Britain as an option. So I can be body type 1 and be old and fat, or body type 2 Ugh, why is every new game like this?
To use and apply the language of science, we must fully appreciate,
I'm getting a headache.
feel, seize the unseen.
Punch cards. 20 science per age for every science building constructed. They're both technologists. I don't even know what the fuck Abbasid is. Norman. Damn. I got a splitting headache, guys. I need to take a ibuprofen or something. Hang on. Alright, we're gonna try this game because I spent a good deal on it, and if it sucks, we'll go to 100 line. I hope it doesn't suck, but like, you know, in the last game, Civ VI, I already saw that the dev team had lost their sense of direction. With the expansion Rise and Fall, they made it so that you could lose cities that you gained through no fault of your own. They would just lose loyalty and flip on your ass. And it's frustrating as hell to play that game.
A game of strategy is not idle amusement. Instead, we cultivate foresight, circumspection, and learn caution. Let us build a nation together, so that we may know how nations are built.
Alright, I heard you say that already. $25. What is this globe symbol? Per age after researching a technology. I don't even know what that... It's not explained. There's no tooltip that if I hover over it, it says what it is. Oh my god. Who made this game? It surely wasn't Sid Meier. Sid Meier's probably rolling in his grave at this point. They probably like tied him up, locked him in a room somewhere, and let the fucking the failed art students and theater kids take control of the game. So we could be Normandy or Spain or let's see what this. +1 science and buildings per age on production and science buildings. This is even worded poorly for English. +1 science per age on production? That doesn't even make sense. Why would you spend science on production? Production is its own mechanic. Unless it's saying production and science buildings. Like there's a production building. Like a factory or something. Or a workshop. Which they used to call that something else. Industrial? You have two endeavors of the same type active. 2 science every age from there. They're introducing too many changes into this game. Oh my god. Why? Why would you even call it a sequel at this point? it's not a sequel. You've changed all of the game mechanics and kept the name, the IP. Oh, we reinvented it for... Shut the fuck up. That's the thing about these wokes. They can't invent anything new, so they just have to corrupt what already exists. But I'd rather be an old fat man than a woman. So let's go. Greece? Can it be Benjamin Franklin in Greece? What? Antiquity. I want to start in antiquity. Yes, at the dawn of history. Like, that's how it should be. Every time. What do you mean? Okay, what? Antiquity age civs. Are you telling me that I can be any civ with any leader? How is that historically accurate? Y'all are just making shit up now. Oh my god. So, Carthage, Persia, Assyria, maybe? It probably should be someone at least a little bit scientific. Since we're Ben fucking Franklin. What's this? Diplomatic? No thanks. Let's see. Districts on rivers do not remove the natural yield of time. 50% growth rate in the capital. -5 happiness for every other city. For an expansionist, that seems retarded. Capital gains a population when it completes science buildings. Okay. The capital and new towns gain additional population with their first growth event. 30% production towards a specific wonder. Gain a technology and a codex upon capturing a settlement for the first time. Codices are not awarded from technologies, so you have to fight. %30 production towards constructing a specific wonder. I don't know about forcing my hand to fight. When every Civ game, every Civ who goes on the offensive is labeled a warmonger and nobody wants to deal with you. Maya? After researching a technology, gain culture equal to 10% of its cost. After studying civic, gain science equal to 10% of its cost. 30% production toward constructing a specific wonder. Well, I don't see a downside here. +2 happiness on buildings. Land units are fully healed when you enter a celebration. I guess we'll start being Maya. Oh, so many foreign terms. Uwai Blikla Kuna Jalal Holche Jaguar Slayer. Now that sounds cool as hell. The unique scout can initiate combat, has 1 charge to place jaguar traps on flat or vegetated terrain. Why can't you say forest? Traps are invisible to enemy units enemies deal 25 damage and end movement. This ability recharges 5 turns after placing a trap. Alright, these sound cool. We're not even going to the modern age with this Civ though. We're going to switch to Great Britain as soon as possible. A happiness building. 3 happiness, 1 culture adjacency for quarters and unique science building, 3 science, 2 science if it's placed on vegetated terrains. Okay. I'm gonna be Benjamin Franklin in fucking Maya. Difficulty, Governor. A balanced challenge for intermediate players. I don't trust that you know what balance means. But okay. Let's just try standard speed. I generally prefer longer games. But I don't want this to take forever. Retain most of your Empire units and alliances with other leaders of age. Age transition. Reset. Continuity. Yes, I don't want to lose things. Map type, continents and islands. Let's do fractal continents. A small map? No. At least a standard map. Huh? plagues, revolts, religious revolts, invasions. Wow. Okay. Let's see what happens, guys. Oh my god, we still can't start? Mementos. No mementos. I guess this is something that I have to win by playing, right? Reach level 2 on Foundation Path. Alright, let's hit this scientific and see what we can shoot for. Reach level 9 with Benjamin Franklin. Glass harmonica. This is a cool ass instrument. I forgot what it was called. Kite and key. What a tale. Anti-Kithera. Level 2 with Ada Lovelace. They really want you to play the girl, huh? You gotta get to level 5, Ben Franklin, to get something like that. Alright. Let's go.
Writer, printer, and inventor, you offer your counsel to all who ask, and many who do not. With your dry wit and keen mind, you challenge the injustice of foreign rule and set your inventive mind towards building a nation based on principled rationality. Benjamin Franklin, bring your sound advice and let us ensure that the sun rises on your people. While this is loading, I'm gonna grab a tissue. I feel some allergies coming on. I might as well take an allergy pills. 1 second. Change my category to Civ VII. Which means I need to open Firefox, and that's going to stop the music, which is fine. And where does it put the window? Does it put it over here? Where's the goddamn Firefox? Okay, I want a different window than the chat. Come on. Be fucking retarded.
I hate technology. It just gets worse every year. You know, the more involved corporations become with the internet, the worse the internet gets. Change my mind. Back in the day, we had the worst there was on the internet was pop-ups and ad banners. And they weren't nearly as bad as the ads we deal with today. Oh my God, so slow. I just want to change the category, but I gotta click 4 different web pages and make them fucking wait on each little widget of fucking I don't even care about. Just do what I want. Why is terminal open? Oh, because VTube Studios launched from the terminal. I see. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. You got this, Firefox. You can load the Stream Manager. It's just fucking beach balling at me. It would be easier to do it on my phone, I think. And that, in and of itself, is fucking embarrassing. Twitch, get your shit together. It is. It's much faster to just use the phone. Wow. And done. Wow. That was a waste of time, wasn't it? Close that shit. Back to the game. Dang. Welcome to Civilization VII. Lead your people to greatness. This is the kind of dialogue that is usually narrated by a man at the start of the game. But I'm here. Thankfully, you've got me, Aberchannel, to narrate this tutorial text for you, which is now on the left side of the screen. I can't fucking win for losing, can I? Anyway, I'll just read it to you. Before you embark on your journey to create an empire that stands the test of time, take a look at some of the fundamental concepts of the latest installment in this series. Once you begin the game, You will see tutorials that will teach you how to play, and expert advisors who will guide your decisions. The Civilopedia will also be available at any time, where you can refer to any of the game's concepts or learn the history behind them, limited to your current and past ages. Okay, thank you. That was a cool little parallax moment there. Ages. History is built in layers. A game of Civilization VII consists of multiple ages, and every turn brings you a step closer to the next age. Each age presents its own unique gameplay, new challenges, and an opportunity to change your strategy. Your leader remains the same, but at the end of every age, offer you a choice. Select a new civilization with a different set of abilities and units at your disposal, or continue on as your current civilization and withstand the test of time. Okay, I see. So I can't start as Great Britain in antiquity. That makes sense. But I'm still Benjamin Franklin. That part does not make sense. Okay. Achieving victory. Create a history. Lead your people to victory through one of 4 paths: economic, cultural, scientific, and militaristic. Each victory requires you to excel far beyond all other civilizations by strategically managing your empire and its citizens. Every age provides unique opportunities to make progress towards your victory of choice, and it is rarely too late to change your strategy. Change is on the horizon. Challenges and opportunities. Every game of Civ VII is its own journey, and as you will see from the following tutorial, there's more? And advisor messages. There are countless ways to build an empire that stands the test of time. To make the most of your journey, try to remain open to these ideas and be willing to adapt when necessary. Good luck! Remember, you can always open the Civilopedia for more information. And now I'm out of tutorial. Nope. It's only just begun. The dawn of civilization. Here, your journey begins. Raise an empire from humble beginnings to greatness, and write your own version of history. A new home. Greetings, Benjamin Franklin. With a new vision come the Maya people, ready to put down roots in these fertile lands. Your founder has the ability to establish your first city. Select them now. What happened to settlers? Was that too problematic for you all to have a settler? Your first settlement is sure to thrive near sources of water and abundant resources. This location is well suited to your needs. Order your founder to establish your capital city and click the Found Settlement Action button located in the unit panel below. Okay, I might want to do that. I might not want to. Can you stop blinking at me? I want to see something first. Okay, so there's sheep here. If we had like animal husbandry, that'd be great. We can get science from jungles. Okay. Is it jungle? Yeah, it's rainforest. And then we got a mine over here. Mangrove. Fish. You get 2 food from fish. But you need a fishing boat. What's this? Crabs on the river. Oh, nice. I wish they'd have done that in the last Civ. Crabs are only found in like large bodies of water. Do I have another unit though? I don't seem... This is the only unit I have. Shouldn't I try to build on a hill? Alright, fine. I don't know. Where do you think I should build, chat? Get 2 happiness from a flat tropical Atlantis. Iron? Oh, iron. Okay. Okay. This, There's 2 happiness here. So, that's pretty good, right? But it would be nice to have iron at the beginning. And then here we can get a fishing boat. Although, we'll get both of these, we'll get all of this eventually as the city grows. Maybe I'll just find here. Oh my god. The city's name is Back. Behold, Baak, the cultural center of the Maya people. The city and all your future settlements provide your civilization with specific needs. Food to feed your people and grow your populace. Production to construct special buildings and train units. Science to propel your people into the future and progress to greater things. A settlement generates an amount of production every turn. This can be used for many things like constructing important new buildings or training powerful enemy units. A city should always be producing something. Choose the hammer production to begin. Okay, I kind of want this Jaguar Slayer because they sound badass. They are unique. Let's look at buildings for a second. Oh, I can't. I can't even do nothing else. Okay. Excellent. Training will begin at once. In Civ, players take turns to make their decisions before advancing. Since there's nothing else to address at this time, select next turn. While the lands surrounding your city are visible, the rest of the world remains unrevealed. This is represented by the patterned tiles near the edges of your world view. When a unit moves toward the extent of its vision, the lands beyond reveal themselves. Your recently trained Jaguar Slayer stands ready to explore the world. A light blue outline represents the extents it can move in a single turn. Right-click a destination tile to move your Jaguar Slayer toward an unrevealed part of the map. Well, I kind of want to send him towards iron. But I know that food will increase population. Population is important. All right, let's go this way. A unit's movement speed is the maximum number of tiles it can travel in a turn. Most units have a movement speed of 2, but some can move farther. Keep in mind that certain map features like rough terrain or water can consume a unit's remaining moves, ending its movement for the turn. Technology. New technologies emerge when people put their minds to solving great problems. Whichever tech you pursue next will determine the tools you have at your disposal to build your civilization. What path will you choose first? Ah yes, pottery, animal husbandry, or sailing. Classic. Classic. We have animal husbandry. Right here we've got a nice sheep. That would be good. With sailing, Well, we don't own those lands yet, so I don't know. Let's view the tree. Masonry. Animal husbandry leads to masonry, leads to the wheel. Ballista chariot. Sailing, writing, currency, pottery, irrigation, hanging gardens. Bronze, ooh. Spearman, Holchet, the spear chucker. Ooh, should we rush spear chuckers? Does it reveal bronze? What happened to the game? I'm not getting tooltips anymore. Is it frozen? It seems to have frozen. Oh, wow. Wow, good job. Good job, Firaxis. I'm not even through the damn tutorial yet. Yeah, the whole ass game just froze. For no reason. Awesome. At least it's still playing the music now. Fucking faggots. Well, guys, that was Civilization VII. What do you think? I think there are parts of it that are cool, and parts of it that suck dick. I guess that's what they meant on Steam by mixed reviews. Because I'm gonna have to quit and relaunch the game. I'm gonna have to force quit and relaunch the game. Brilliant. Amazing. This is what happens when you hire Indian developers. Just saying. Can't even make it out of the tutorial without crashing the game, doing nothing but just mouse over tooltips in the fucking tech tree. Is it gonna launch? Maybe. What are the odds? If I look at the credits, I'll find Sweet Baby Luke.
The past is more than what we leave behind.
I've already seen this. Okay, first of all, we're turning the music way the fuck down. That's just... got to. Additional content. Credits. AI engineers. AI tuning. Wow. Where's the testers? Did you not hire any testers? Because that's a bit bad sign. Oh, here we go. Test managers, QA leads, testers. Okay, thank the fucking gods. They hired a whole ass orchestra. So much cultural sensitivity. Oh my goodness. They spent all their budget on cultural shit. And they couldn't make the game not crash in the first 5 minutes of gameplay. Historical and language consultants. So many people hired to just research. Production babies? What's that? You know what? What's crazy is there's so many people on this game, and yet it's already failed in the first 5 minutes of playing. Player experience. Yeah, these guys should be fired. I think the more people you add to a video game project, the worse that game turns out. what you have here is a design by committee problem. Everybody's got their little ideas. And you gotta make sure that everybody's ideas are heard and at least considered on equal terms. I didn't think it would be this long. This is ridiculously long. I've seen movies with fewer credits than this. Holy shit. I just want to see if you hired consultants like Sweet Baby Inc. It's a lot of Muhammads. Ah, wait. Diversity, equity, and inclusion team. All right. So these are the people that you have to blame for putting a chick in it and making it lame and gay. Nicole Ernest Payeti. Pate. Well, you know he's African. Probably from like Nigeria or some shit. I knew a guy from Nigeria named Alusna. It's one of the ones I was telling you about that graduated from programming degree without being able to type. Alright, I'm done with this. Yes, please allow me to continue from turn 1 or 2.
Atop stone pyramids, the forest canopy gives way to stars. And from here, the Maya plot their fate. In the thrill of the ball court and in the words of the ancient poems, their heroes enact the drama of creation. Rise to the conch shell horn and don the feathered headdress. The Maya set forth.
Put a chick in it, make her lame and gay. Thanks a lot. I'm sure your target market really appreciates all the representation you worked so hard and spent so much money on. I'm sure. Now, I was trying to select a technology. That's not what I want. Oh my god, stop it. It was right here just for a second and then it disappeared. Fucking tutorial bullshit. Oh. Oh, I guess I have to start over. Fine. Yes, I know. Thank you. Now, let me view the tree. And don't fucking crash this time. If I go to masonry, I can unlock the pyramids. The pyramids don't seem that good in this game. Not on the surface. What's this? A garden? No. It's +1 settlement. +10% growth rate in all cities for the hanging gardens. That sounds like a good deal. Let's rush bronze working. Okay, come on. Alright, I'm done with the tutorial now. Can we please fucking stop? Okay, get it off my screen though. Fucking faggots. Okay, so I can build a fishing key, +1 food, +1 on fishing boats in this settlement from its warehouse bonus. Must be placed on water terrain. Granary is the advisor recommendation. Really? Yeah, I want another jaguar. For sure. And we're going to do animal husbandry. Alright, next turn. Thanks to the amount of food your city has generated, it has grown in population. Select Grow City to continue. When a city grows, it can expand it to adjacent tile, gaining the yield it offers. When your settlement's people moved to this tile, you'll create an improvement, a rural structure for them to work and live in. Automatically? I don't have to make a builder? Are builders obsolete? Is that what happened? Tiles with high yields and tiles containing resources are an obvious choice, but specific yield type may better suit your strategy. Choose where you would like to expand first. Iron. What do you mean? I've already got this ring. Don't I? Okay. Well then, let's do this one, I guess. New resource. Recent expansion has allowed you to improve wool resource. Resources grant bonuses to abilities. The city that holds the resource to your entire civilization. Wool has this effect: +2 production, +2 happiness. This is a bonus resource, so it can be assigned to any settlement. Remember, buildings cannot be placed atop plant resource, so placing rural population on them is always a great idea. Close. No more tutorial. Fuck. Exploration has revealed a cairn, one of the many discoveries that can be found in the world. Closer inspection grants a hidden benefit or opportunity. Try moving one of your units there to see what it provides. Oh, you mean a goody hut that used to be a native tribal village? Now it's a cairn. I'm so glad we had those. We spent all that money on fucking researchers in cultural propriety so that we could get rid of all the problematic terms in the game. Well done, Phyrexis. Not. Go out this way. I want to see the water. What's this? Narrative choice. An ovine dilemma. The shepherd communities keep sacred horses so that no one may ride on pain of grievous punishment. All well and good until a shepherd has to find lost sheep on foot, and the only explanation for his tired legs is the old ways. Sacred doctrines should always be questioned. It is as it should be. Yeah, we're gonna question this sacred horse doctrine. Is that it? Welcome back to the city of Back. Choose your advisor. Civilizations are remembered for their accomplishments and the path they take through history. Some spread their accomplishments across a wide range, while others are devoted to a single cause. Your advisors are at your service to guide you on the path of your choice. Like any great leader, you may change your mind at any time. For a second, I thought she had like based glowing eyes, but no, it's just makeup. To win the space race in antiquity. Yeah, good writing, guys. Great writing. We don't even... There's... Oh my god. We're literally trying to build pyramids over here, and this motherfucker's talking about going to space. At least mention the stars, or like hold a fucking telescope or an astrolabe, some shit. So, Chata, do we want to follow the money? Trust the science? Listen to the drums of war? Or sing for our supper? It seems like it's a little early to be trying to do some of this. But I like money. You've just met your advisor, a skilled group of empire planners, each with their own ideas on how to best run your civilization. skip. Didn't I get, like, a new... Didn't I train a new Slayer? Or, did that happen? That didn't happen yet. You've queued a second item in this city. Oh, here's the queue. Wait, what's this? I can change the name of the city? Oh, hell yeah. I take back everything I said. Chat. What shall we name our base? We're taking it back. Let's see, we got sheep, we got iron, we got crabs, we got fish. We got jungle. What's not to like? How about Cuzco? Cuzco. Yes. All right. Let's go here. What's that? Coastal Marine Pearls. Ooh. The sacrilegious rider. The shepherd glances about to make sure no one is near, then leaps astride the forbidden horse. Together they ride like the wind over hill and dale, until a chorus of bass at last leads them to the lost flock. This triumph is dampened by the outrage of the community and the desecration of the horse. Don't care. Fuck your feelings. At least you're gonna have sheep to clothe you in the winter and to fill your bellies. Is that a llama? We got llamas? Oh, cool. Next turn, I guess. So it turns out the only thing I did know about this game was fake news. What's this? Command units. There's another sheep right there. Cool. Yeah, go here. What? I said go here. Oh, next turn? Alright, fine. I guess. What's this? Choose production. Okay. One more Slayer. Nice. What's this? Ivory. Elephants. Cool. Okay. Rose City. We're going for iron, baby. Yeah. More iron. Cool. An elder of this remote village has died. The body is wrapped in a vibrant, hand-woven textile. In its colors and patterns, the stories of its creators. Learn the weaver's techniques or take the textiles. Teach me your ways. Oh, I see. Money or culture. At this stage, I want culture. Choose a civic. Oh yeah. What's this? Reign of Chak. Kuna. Science. +1 for each adjacent wander, +2 if placed on vegetated terrain by a unique building. Mysticism. Altar. Unlocks founding a pantheon. Yeah. Yeah, Pantheon. Okay. Government, huh? Classic Republic. Science. For each conquered settlement. 10% production towards buildings. 200 gold immediately. Commandery. Oligarchy. Social policies. Wow. Okay. Tool making. 1 production and science on the Poules. Or 2 culture on the Poules. How about production and science? Got it. Next turn.
The caged bird watches butterflies with envy.
What's with the Shatner pause? Volcano. I'll go this way. What's this? Rubies? Hell yeah. We're so smart. Foreign leaders. You just met Isabella. Good diplomatic relationships with other leaders can lead to powerful benefits. Yeah. Where is she? If I met her...
Yo soy doña Isabel, monarca de estos reinos y señoríos. La reina acierta a decir
Isabella,
siempre.
queen of these
La
lands.
reina es
The queen is right.
siempre cierta.
The queen is always right. And he's like, yeah, sure, whatever, lady. Friendly greeting reveals the capital of either leader if nearby. Plus 20%, plus 20 relationship. I guess we'll be friendly. Oh my god. I wish there was an option to just tell me what's different from the last Civ game. I don't need a tutorial about how to play Civ. I've been playing Civ for decades. Just tell me what's different in this fucking game. Why is that so hard? Do I want open borders? Okay, whatever. So, where's your... Oh, okay, you're over there. Alright, at this point, we got animal husbandry. Apparently I don't need sailing to get fishing boats. So let's go ahead and do bronze work. Ranged units, like the Holche spear chucker, have the ability to attack from more than one tile away from their target. Additionally, the defender does not have the opportunity to retaliate. It is a wise strategy to order your ranged units to attack first, damaging and weakening the enemy, before sending your melee units in to attack the target. Thank you. Thank you. I can now build hull chains. Fuck yeah. Okay. That's it for this turn. I'm kind of excited about the rubies. I wonder how that differs from diamonds. Is it a luxury resource? It's kind of far from my base. I might have to build another base over here, but there's volcanoes. I don't know. Okay, go here. What's this? Sugar cube? Kaolin. Huh. Dies. Ooh. Ooh. She would get mad if I made a city over here, wouldn't she? I don't know though. It's pretty close to my homeland too. What's that? Mangoes? Nice. What's this? Jade? Oh, okay. Independent villages. You have encountered a stranger from the village of Sivash. They appear to be hostile. The village could potentially be a strong ally, the right amount of persuasion, but it could also prove a threat to your civilization. Finding the location of Sivash would be wise. Independent villages can have different attitudes toward others, friendly or hostile. Once you have found a village, you can use your influence to begin a diplomatic action, such as befriend, independent, or improve your relationship with it. Or we could take them over, maybe. Hostile, huh? Isabella is inviting you to open markets. support. 6 gold per turn for both leaders. Costs 60. Accept 2 gold per turn. Isabella receives 4 per turn.
Huh?
60 is a lot. Especially if I just found let's accept. Let's go check out this jade. Alright. Cool. And let me see the mangoes.
You ask for what reason I stay on the Green Mountain. I smile, but do not answer.
Oh. That's cool. Are these barbarians? Did they change barbarians to independent villages? I could just attack them. Uh-oh. The volcano turned on. That's no good. When constructing a new building, you must choose a placement location. Buildings can be placed in an urban district with an empty slot, represented by the dark green color, or you may annex a new urban district tile, represented by the light green color, and placing it there. Yellow tiles contain existing rural population and their improvements, but placing a building on these tiles is possible, but it will replace the improvement. Never mind. +1 food from fishing boats. Okay. They went that way. These are totally barbarians. They just gave them names. Oh, you can convince it to become a city-state for 60 turns. What if I just take them over? It looks like I would win. Damn it. Let's get him. Oh, next turn. Should I attack them from better terrain? Or is that not an issue? Maybe it's not. You are gonna follow. Find out where they were going. Challenge complete over the horizon. Let's go over here. We met a new Civ. Yippee! Who is it this time?
Chaire arxomenos emu. Dunasai pros kunein, eu. Hostis an procrines.
Alexander. Sure. Friendly greeting. Ah. Okay. Research collaboration. Let's do it. Science rules. Who's this? It's Lucia. Okay. Well, my scout can take your scout, no problem. Cultural exchange. Yes. Silver. Ooh. Nice. Maybe we should not go near the volcano. Let's go this way.
All are made of clay.
What's this? Influence. Not everything has to be a competition. Use your leaders, your influence, to begin endeavors with other leaders or befriend an independent power. I already did that. Thanks though. More silver. Cotton. Oh god. There's no way around it. There's 2 different active volcanoes now. Wow. Okay. Looks like our warrior is done. A brickyard +1 production on the following improvements in this settlement from its warehouse bonus. There. At least we'll have the ability to fish and get these crabs. That makes sense to me. Where'd that guy go? How about this way? I found you. You're a long way from home. Pet the dog. Great. Where'd they go? Oh, I see you. I see you over there. You got away. I'll get you next time. City. Nice. Let's take this mine. I want rest until healed. You look good. Cool. Tin, huh? Ooh. That's a strategic, isn't it? You need tin to make bronze. And silk. Guess I gotta build a base over here, huh? by this natural wonder. Jade. Fortified. Am I gonna have to? Okay. Oh shit, he's right there.
There is another world, but it is in this one. The spoken word conquers all thought, but the written word commands it.
Strange figures garnish the fig tree bark as the Maya scribe records the world in symbols by torchlight. The people gather round, each offering an account of their own to immortalize. Agriculture, science. Let's go. Let's do science, dude. The library is stocked, and all citizens may read what they like. Well, to a point. Franklin has carefully curated what is available to match what his people need. Works that discuss nature and its uses. Works of great speeches by forward thinkers. Works by donors. A quest, huh? Build a monument. I like the sound of that. Oracle, huh? You think we're gonna rush the Oracle? Great stuff. Tactics. All right. At least these are similar. %, production towards buildings. 10% production towards wonders. Percent growth rate. Fertility rate sounds good, actually. God of War could be good too. Let's go with fertility. How about an altar? Where are we going to put it? Happiness for each adjacent wonder. Okay, well, in that case, let's put it over here. Then we could build a wonder right there, maybe. Social policies. Okay. Where'd that guy go? Did we lose him? No, he's right there. Bye-bye. Skip turn. Heal. Sure. Got you cornered now. No! Not an eruption. Okay. What's this? A dust storm?
The essence of all beings is the earth water, the water plants, plants man, and man speech.
Why do you think she talks like that? Getting to know an ally creates a monumental shift in the people's understandings of themselves. The larger effects of the empire remain to be seen, but change will be a constant. Formalize diplomatic procedures. Resist unwelcome change. Does this mean +1 influence per turn? Or is this a one-time deal? Sure. Alexander is inviting you to share military aid. Both leaders' units will receive +3 combat strength. I'll take that. Yeah, it's a good deal. Is that gold? Oh, wow. We just completed an altar. Awesome. Hanging gardens. Yes, please. We'll take 18 turns. Let's do it. Right here. Wow, 2 gold mines. Okay. I guess we could have been doing that the whole time. Let's send in our men. What's this? Dust storm. Okay. Alexander's asking for open borders. +2 gold per turn. Sure. Nice. Wow, even more gold and silver. We gotta build here. This place is crazy. Hey, what are you doing getting involved, Greece?
Do nothing which is of no use.
Rose City. Okay, nice. Let's see. There's a mine here. Crabs. Krabby Patty. Social policy. Why? Damn. What's this? Army commander. Did I get a great person? Fortify all you like. I'm still gonna take your city.
Ich bin Carolus, Charlemagne geheißen.
I am Charles,
Manche andere walden mit Swerdo.
known as Charlemagne,
Ich aber walder durch Gottes Gnaden
while others
Sabbatswert.
rule by the sword. I rule by the grace of God, and also the sword. That's funny. I like funny. Research collaboration. Great. Let us do science together. Oh, hello. Why are you here? Stalemate, huh? In that case, I'll build a fortification. Fuck you. Disperse independent. Got him. Maya soldiers razed the village, setting fire to buildings and looting homes. Through the haze of smoke, a group of soldiers spy the enemy chieftain running into the nearby forest. consolidate power in his absence. Capture him for a sacrifice. How about a sacrifice? Satisfied at last, the writer sets down their will. They have spent countless hours writing down words only to scratch them out and rewrite them. All will be worth it if just one reader finds joy in this text. One must write every day to improve. Inspiration only strikes when it wins. Let's get a codex. I don't know what it is. Eureka! Your people have produced a codex containing great wisdom. Open the Great Works screen on the codex display. Great Works, including the codex you earned, are managed here in the Great Works screen. You will need to slot these Great Works in your cities to benefit from their effects. The showcase on the left lists all your great works. The archive in the center shows all the great works that are not slotted into a settlement and are therefore inactive. On the right, you can see all settlements and their available slots. Your first codex has automatically been slotted into your capital, but you will need to revisit this screen to move it or slot more codices. You can increase the number of slots a settlement has by constructing specific buildings or wonders. Thank you. Thank you for explaining. That sounds like the Emmy or the me from Sumeria. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, I guess. Should I build a fortification or heal? Oh, I pet the dog. It's 45. Oh, we can't cross the water. Guess not. Uh-oh. A settler from Greece. I hope you're going over here, I guess. No, I don't. I want you to stay away from this wonder that I discovered. And fought to take. It looks like your relationship with Isabella has changed due to their agenda. Remember, you may not need to directly communicate with another leader for your relationship to strengthen or deteriorate. Okay. Cultural exchange.
Huh?
Support. Yeah, let's support. Alright, what's this? A celebration? We love the council day. Social policy slot unlocked. Oligarchy. This government grants you a choice between these effects during a celebration. Choose one bonus for the next 6 turns. 200 gold or +1 food in towns. I'll take the money. Yeah. And culture or money? Let's do culture. Guess we got him. Go this way. I think I can take him. Oh, we took each other out. That's fine. That military leader is taking a sweet time, isn't he? Sparta. You bitch. You built right next to the wonder I discovered. some friend you are. I even killed the barbarians. What's this thing with Isabella? The fuck is this? Oh. You built right next to me? Oh, it's on. It's fucking on. have to wait till next turn. What the fuck? Oh, it's a spider. It showed up real big on infrared. Defenseless settlement. Our settlement of Cuzco stands unguarded in these dangerous times, but not unnoticed. The forces of Seleucia approach, and we must bare our fangs to protect the citizens. Send military units to the urban center immediately. Oh yeah. We're going, okay? We got a whole ass army. You're right. We should do something with the gold. It wouldn't hurt to buy another one of these. Oh, I see. Purchase. Granary. Okay. There's another one. Who's this? Seleucia. Oh, they're leaving. Why are they leaving?
He heard these horrors and his spirit stirred. And spurred to action, he sheathed his skin in burnished bronze.
Barracks. Nice. Leader attribute. Okay. Scientific. Progress marches on, driven by discovery. The people's thirst to know the workings of the world cannot be quenched. Time to climb that tech tree. Sounds like a good idea. Normans. Rose City. Maybe we'll go for that jade, huh? An extra production would be nice. This will give us 2 production. Damn. Can't say no to that. was that? A boat? Is that your boat?
Those who delight to attack and to display their valor and fealty should be formed in companies.
Poison sounds great. Nine turns. Lame. Alright, last turn, and then we're going to play Last Defense Academy. declare war. They'll gain no surprise war. We'll denounce her first. Guess we'll have to wait 10 turns. Might as well go. Rest. That's it. Poules and direct. To Britain. Because that makes so much sense. Now I'll take a minute here and change a category. Although we learned it's much faster to do it on the phone, isn't it? Why would it assume that I want to do that I would want to watch someone else while I'm live? That's so dumb. Okay. 100 line. Okay, there we go. Now, let's swap over to console gaming. Before I do that, I need to switch this input. Actually, I need to swap an HDMI cable. There. And then click. Okay. Just waiting for Windows to load. So far, so good. Swap over my mouse. It's a little bit struggling. Come on, Windows. I know how you are. Pretending like you are fully booted up instantly when you're totally not. That's my first profile pic when I first started. I should update that. Alright, I'll plug in the damn power cord. Chill already. Where is it? Here it goes. Oh no. Updating Steam. Really? PC Master Race. Yeah, well, how come every time I have to fight the computer when I want to play a PC game? I can't just put in a disk and push the power button and then it works. Tell me why. The cartridges were even better than that. Shit, you didn't hardly even had a loading screen with cartridges. The hardest part was like blowing in the cartridge. Or like occasionally unseating the cartridge by bumping the console or tripping a cable or something. That sucked. But it's still way better than what we got today. And it wouldn't have been nearly as bad if we had more save capabilities. I heard that Cat Girl Survivor 2 game got renamed to Cat Girl Rage. We should give that a playthrough at some point. I wonder if they got controller support yet. Because using the keyboard for that game sucks. I kind of want a snack, but I'm out of snacks. I made some rice. What do I have in my rice? Okay. I am not updating my graphics driver on stream. Nope. Nope. How about we clear those notifications, yeah? I think it'd be cool if I got a toggle for my eyes to look like the eyes style in this game. There's like rings, bright colored rings within the eye. What day are we on? 80, I think. Yes, day 80. And it's just begun. It looks like fucking you know, what if I just hit live? No, that's not the problem. That's not the problem. Fuck. Fucking technology. I'm gonna fucking press a button in VBridger. Hope it doesn't fuck up my other computer. Wait. How do I do this? Connect a phone. There. Fucking A. Alright. Don't freak out on me, computer. Son of a bitch. I knew there was like a 30% chance this was gonna happen. Because Windows is a piece of fucking shit. It can't handle the fact that I switched inputs on my device. Now it's just gonna fucking wig out until I reboot it. Motherfucker. Yeah, sure. PC Master Race. Mm-hmm. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. Shut it down. Shut it. Oh my god. I can't even select the button because it's lagging so hard it skips over the fucking button. So I can't use my phone to change the category on Twitch because if I do that, it disconnects my phone from VBridger, and then I have to switch inputs. And when I do that, it fucks up the game. It fucks up the Windows computer that runs the game. I can't fucking win. I hate Windows. I hate Windows most of all. It's an overrated pile of garbage. They just keep patching Windows 95 or Windows NT. technically. Windows 2000 and beyond are based on new technology. I want the old technology back because it just worked. And when it did have problems, they were easy problems. Come on. Finish loading all your tray items. Go ahead and give me all the pop-ups too. I already don't like switching activities. This just makes it painful. There, fucking finally. Okay. Now. What's going on in this game? Everybody is in the racks. Except for Nozomi, who's at the cafeteria early, and Yugamu, who's pulled up in his lab. Okay, let's go see Nozomi. Takumi, good morning. Morning. Are the others not here yet? No, I think they're still tired from the defensive battle yesterday. That makes sense. Things really went off the rails. But you must be tired too, right? Especially after that reckless move of yours. Even if it was to get the poison into the commander, I never thought you'd get yourself absorbed on purpose. I know, but I felt sure I was the only one who could do it. You said that yesterday too. What do you mean? Remember what Yugamu said when he explained how he made his new drug?
I looked into it and found that Commander DNA has some strange cells that are clearly different from regular humans. I succeeded in formulating a poison that attacks those cells. Call it a bioweapon that only works on commanders.
I think he was probably talking about cryptoglobin. Huh? So the poison actually works on all of you as well. Kiyoshika and Takimaru were only absorbed for a brief moment, but they still experienced side effects, didn't they?
I suddenly have the chills, though. I think I might have caught a cold.
I only have a little cryptoglobin, so I didn't feel more than a hint of a cold, but if anyone else had taken it, I think their symptoms would have been even worse. So that's why you volunteered. But still, that was way too reckless. Just then I heard several sets of footsteps from out in the hall. Everyone showed up at the cafeteria, one after the other. Morning, Tsubasa. I was so goddamn pumped with adrenaline that I didn't sleep a wink last night. I'm fine because I never sleep anyway. I'm a functioning, mentally ill insomniac. But Yugamu wasn't with him. Is Yugamu still working on Ima? Yes, I just went to check on them, but he wouldn't let me inside. He told me it was too shocking a sight for any decent human being to witness. For real? What's going on there? There's no need to worry. I'm sure Sir Yugamu was just exaggerating. It takes nerve to say that cheerily without any proof. It does make me worry. I can't imagine how you reconstruct a body. Maybe he'll just be a brain floating in a jar. Hey, knock it off. I'm just imagining it makes me hurt. Anyway, all we can do is trust Yugamu and wait it out. It'll be okay. If anyone can pull this off, it's Yugamu. He's a different quality of person than scum like me. That morning, everyone was so worried about Ima, which was to be expected. We were really just pushing food around on our plates listlessly. I forced myself to eat a light meal, then decided to head right back to my room. I know all I can do is wait, but still, I can't help worrying. Will Yugamu be able to save Ima? How exactly is he altering his body? Sitting around just makes me anxious. Doing something might distract me. Yippee! Free time. Let's look at the report card. Okay, grade 4. Plenty of BP as well. So. Here we go. Let's go see Tsubasa. Keiko. Alright, fine. We'll go to the metal shop. Don't know why they're here. Damn, my body feels like lead. Better go take a nap. Another electrified fence. But that would use up a lot of my I got plenty of metal, but I'm low on rock. Where's Subas? +1 attack. Hell yes. +10 move. Let's look around. Look around a little bit. That's a pretty good boon. Kiosk. Ain't no way. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow. I'm actually Vanguard. It's a cool name. Now, I don't think we've given Nozomi any gifts, which is crazy. We've given everybody a gift. I think she would like the replica class armor. Wedding dress. Let's try this. She's often unavailable to give gifts to, you know?
Oh, this looks nice, but it would suit someone else better.
Aww. I'm usually so good at giving gifts. Dang. Alright. Let's check the report card. She likes rolled eggs and items. Items, such a broad category. Ain't no way. A pretty shell. A hair accessory. Let's try it. Pretty shell. It's worth a shot.
Oh, this looks nice, but it would suit someone else better.
Oh, she's too kind. Well, that's one day done.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
Is Emma's procedure finished yet? When will it be over? I don't like it. There's nothing I can do for now. I'd better just go to sleep, I guess. I desperately pushed the horrifying images in my head conjured up down into the depths of my thoughts. I spent the night floating in and out of shallow sleep. Day 81.
Up and Adam troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 81st day of active service here at Last Defense Academy! Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy!
As the morning announcement played, I got up from my bed. Wonder how Emma's doing. I'll go to the cafeteria. Oh, hey, Sean. Good morning, Takumi. Sorry to dirty your vision with my filthy visage. We're coming up on day 100 quickly, and I can't wait to see Leo and go for a walk with him again. I want to share a meal with him too. I need to hold on a little longer to make that happen. When he said share a meal with him, he didn't mean the same food, right? There's no way he's eating dog food, right? Oh, is there something wrong? Was my voice disturbing you? I'm sorry, I'll try not to make another peep. I'll be off then. He's such a weirdo. As soon as I stepped into the cafeteria, Keiko came up to me with a very cheery looking expression. Takumi. Hey Takumi, guess what? Emma is fine. He's going to make it. He is? Hey, Keiko's got something important to say. Fine. Emma's really going to be alright? Yugumu said that? No, it wasn't Yugumu. It was a vision. I saw Emma in a vision. A vision. More accurately, I didn't see him. I just heard it. When I was sleeping last night, I suddenly heard his voice.
I'm back, Kako. Sorry for worrying you. As you can see, I'm completely fine. That's what he said.
Sounds to me like you were dreaming. It wasn't a dream, it was a vision. Emma will be back any moment now. Before the end of the day, probably. The end of the day? Yes, I'm right, I know it. Emma will be back soon. Keiko's visions have all been on the march so far, and we need to keep hope alive more than ever, wouldn't you say? But there's no way he'll be completely fine. He's being reconstructed, after all. That creep Yugamu said he couldn't guarantee he'd give him back his original form. Maybe his right side will be a robot, and the lower half will be caterpillar tracks. If something like that happens, am I gonna have to act like it's all normal? But Lady Kako's version showed that Sir Emo will be completely fine, right? That's what he said. I'm back, Kako. Sorry for worrying you. As you can see, I'm completely fine. Then he surely will be. How wonderful. You're just gullible. Even so, let's trust in her vision for now. All we can do is wait anyway. Yeah, that's true. I'm so relieved. Suddenly, I'm starving. I might even have a chocolate seafood poke bowl. Looking utterly relieved, Kako gobbled down her strange meal. Then she left the cafeteria looking satisfied. A vision, huh? She was so reassured, but is Ema really completely fine? Can anyone be fine after being completely reconstructed? Maybe it turned out Yugumu only needed to make the bare minimum of alterations. Ugh. Getting anxious isn't going to help me. For now, I need to trust Yugumu and wait. Well, we could try again. The gift shop. Or we could just talk to her if she's available. No, she's not. Damn. I fucked up. What about this medicine? That would be something, wouldn't it? Who is this even for? Yoga outfit. Wedding dress. I'm out of cloth. Dang. Need like 3 more cloth to make the wedding dress. High heels. Hairband. Girl power? Sublime femininity. In physical form, the shape changes to best suit the owner. What the hell is this? Polkag. It's worth a shot.
What? For me? Thank you. I'll take good care of it.
That was a little bit better.
Huh?
Ding dong. Who could that be? I opened the door and standing there was... Carrara. Ugh. The air in here reeks. The filthy, stench of low-class poor boys. This room is so cramped. It's like a kennel. Our rooms are the same size. Anyway, did you need something? Getting straight to business without offering a lady any tea? You don't have any shred of decency, do you? Well, I'd rather you weren't under the impression a noble woman like myself would ever put her lips on a drink offered to her in a doghouse like this. Seriously, Carrara, what are you doing here? It seems Yugamu is done. Huh? He told us to gather in the biolab at once. He's going to explain everything himself. Wow, it sounds like Kako's vision actually came true. So, Ima is really completely fine now? Just like in Keiko's vision? How should I know? We're gathering in the biolab to find out. Right. Nozomi and Kyoshika are telling everyone else. I'm going to the biolab immediately. Got it. Thanks for letting me know. Thanks? I don't need gratitude from the likes of you. I wasn't doing it for your benefit. Aww. I think she likes him. I only came here because I was asked to. Don't get it twisted. After hastily rambling out that explanation, Carrara slammed the door and stormed away. All I did was say thanks. Is she that unused to people being nice to her? Anyway, I'd better get to the biolab. I need to find out what happened to Ima. He is okay, right? That's what he said in Kako's vision, after all. Wild chat. It's 8 a.m. I want to know what happens to Ima as much as you do, but I think I will have to take a break. Yes, I'll take a little break. Maybe 10 minutes or so. Maybe longer. My editor is awake and will need some attention, some breakfast, possibly a diaper change. And I am gonna grab a cup of coffee. So yeah, that might take like 15 minutes. So let's go to break. Go ahead and get yourself some breakfast as well, and stretch and hydrate, all that stuff. And we'll be back in 15 minutes. I'm setting a timer on my watch. I don't want to flip back the input and screw up the computer again. Let's see. I got 30 minute. Here's a 15 minute. Alright, starting now.
US dollar banknotes falling. US dollar banknotes. US dollar banknotes. dollar banknotes falling. US dollar banknotes. 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 US dollar banknotes. Falling. 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 US dollar banknotes. $dollar banknotes.
Alrighty, I'm back. Thanks for waiting, chat time. Now, it's time to find out what happened to Ima. I can hardly wait. Tsubasa. Takumi, did you hear? Ima's procedure is finished. Yeah, I heard. I was just on my way to the biolab. Me too, but I'm a little scared. I don't know what he's gonna look like. Just thinking about it makes me... It makes me nervous. It's out of our hands now. We just have to go see for ourselves. You're right. Worrying won't change anything. Okay. Here goes nothing.
Oh.
Well, well. If it isn't all of my drop-dead adorable pets. I feel like it's been so long. Where's Ima? Where's my brother? Keiko burst into the biolab and began frantically pressing Yugami for answers. She said she was relieved this morning, but it looks like she couldn't help worrying after all. Give me a minute. I've been treating him non-stop, so I'm dead tired. Could you bring me a cold cola? Ideally with ice. We'll give you enough to drown in later. Just tell us what's happening with Ima. For the love of murder, you're all so impatient. Rushing me isn't going to change the results. But fine. I'll just start from the conclusion then. Ima's procedure was a success. I saved him. Really? See? I knew it. I told you my vision was right. But you said you couldn't guarantee that he'd keep his original form, right? What about that? That's right. What does he look like now? What does he look like? Well, he's perfectly sound. He has all his limbs. He can walk. And he can talk. So he hasn't changed at all? What's with the silence? He looks as cute as ever. Don't you worry about that. Really? You didn't fail to offer an equivalent exchange in your alchemy and end up transforming him into a repulsive monster? Where is he now? I want to see him. No need to rush. He just went to clean himself up a little. Clean himself up. He's probably nervous to see you all after so long. I'm sure he'll be right back, though. At that very moment, a voice I hadn't heard in what seemed like forever echoed throughout the room.
Ah! It's been a while, everybody!
Ima? Where are you?
Sorry for the wait. The grand return of Ima Sakumo is here!
Shut the fuck up. No! Not Sire. Chad. He's pulling our leg, right? This is a joke. It's gotta be a joke. Huh? That's it? Pretty lukewarm response to the return of a precious friend. Sire? But why? Hey, come on. I'm not Sire. You obviously are. I may look like Sire, but on the inside, I'm Ima. I'm back, but I'm in Sire's body. What?
Huh?
This is absolutely bizarre. You're lying. Back, but in Sire's body? What is the meaning of this, Yugamu? Explain yourself, you degenerate butcher. The organs in Ima's body were a total loss. heart included. But thankfully, his brain was undamaged, so I rushed to salvage it. He popped it right inside Cire's body. And thankfully, it all worked out. You call this all worked out? Why'd you pick that body of all the screwed up choices you could have made? I considered the option of placing his brain inside a capsule filled with artificial blood. But you wouldn't know how to react if Ima ended up as just a brain, would you? So I decided to reuse Cire's repaired body. I'm still not sure how we should react. But in this form, he has limbs and he can walk. I also attached a speaker that responds to electrical signals from the brain, allowing for the recreation of his voice. Personally, I think it was the best option. There's nothing good about it. He's cuter than he was before, so maybe this is actually a plus. And he's more compact and easy to use. Don't talk about our friend like he's an appliance. Ima, are you really my dear brother? Yes, I am.
I'm back, Kako. Sorry for worrying you. As you can see, I'm completely fine.
The words from her vision.
Brother, dearest? Brother, dearest!
Kako cried big, heavy tears as she embraced Cire's body. Kako, please. Everyone's watching. I was so worried. Ever since you went away, brother dearest, all this time. I thought I'd never be able to see you again. Kako, you silly girl. I'd never let that happen. But I'm sorry I worried you. It's all okay now. Oh man, what an emotional sibling reunion scene. If we're being real here, that's not really what this looks like. Ima, I'm sorry. This all happened because of me. It's fine. My darling little sister was protected, and that's what matters. This is hardly more than a scratch. A scratch? You have a whole new body. Oh, there's no need to take pity on me. I rather like this body, you know?
Yeah!
I don't have to defecate or urinate anymore either, so you could say I've evolved. And you can't have relations with girls, so perhaps you've lost the burning lust typical of a pubescent boy. Yeah, I have lost that too. That's the thing you're bummed out about? Well, at least I didn't die. No matter how I look on the outside, I'm just glad to be alive. And the fact that I was able to protect someone important to me means I couldn't be more proud. Ima. I like your new body. It makes me feel reassured just looking at you. I think you look great. You look way better than a freak like me. I almost want to get turned into Nigu. I know you're trying to be supportive, but can you two dial it down? But if you're okay with this body, Ima, then that's great. Yes, I'm totally okay with it. Please treat the new Ima Tsukumo kindly. Hearing your adorable words makes me feel it was worth working myself half to death. Experiences like this are rare. Disassembling a human body and transferring it into a completely different one. It's just so stimulating. So arousing. You only did this because you wanted a chance to play around with a human body, didn't you?
Hey!
Nevertheless, it's all thanks to you that I was saved. Thank you, Mr. Omakage. And an extra special thank you to you, Miss Kiri Fuji. Huh? Me? I heard you let the enemy absorb you in order to save me and the others. Not many people could do something so courageous. You're a real lifesaver. Oh yeah. I never thanked you for that yet. You saved my ass too, Nozomi. I'd like to offer my gratitude as well, Lady Nozomi. Thank you sincerely. Oh, you don't have to do that. If you hadn't acted in that moment, we would have all been out of options. You didn't just save the ones who had been captured, but the entire team too. Stop. You too, Takumi? You're exaggerating. Aw, you made her blush. How cute. Indeed. We owe everything to you, Nozomi. Although I still say you were being entirely too reckless. But it all worked out in the end. We even got Ima back. Yeah, it's such a relief.
Aha!
By the way, I have something important to tell all of you.
Huh?
Something important?
Ah!
I wasn't just held captive. I also gained information on the invaders.
Huh?
For real? What kind of information? Well, can I tell you tomorrow? For today, I want to indulge in our reunion a little longer. This was the longest Keiko and I have ever been apart. Oh, that's alright. Okay, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Yeah, you go enjoy some brother-sister time.
We will. Thank you.
Yes, my thanks to all of you.
We saw Ima and Keiko back to their rooms and then went our separate ways. Eventually, we all went back to our own rooms. Free time? How did that take a whole fucking day?
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay.
It's just as well.
You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
Good night, sir. This is still a shock. I never imagined Ima would come back looking like that. Well, I gotta tell you, chat, I did. It was foreshadowed by silly Darumi talking about him being in a jar. Just a brain in a jar. I instantly thought of Sire. But I'm glad he survived. That's all that matters. Is it? Will he be able to fight? He certainly can't use Hemo Inama. Right? I don't know. I'm so relieved. It's making me tired. I think I'll be able to sleep soundly tonight. That night, I was able to sleep peacefully for the first time in what felt like ages.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 82nd day of active service here at Last Defense Academy! Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy!
I got some good shut-eye. It's got me feeling pretty refreshed. But watching the school announcement after seeing Ima makes me feel conflicted. Anyway, I'd better get to the cafeteria. I still need to hear what happened to Ima while he was captured.
Ah.
Ima's procedure was really tough. It was my first time doing a brain transplant. Thankfully, it went well. I owe it all to the facilities in the biolab. I never imagined he'd reuse Sire's body. By the way, the brain you see inside that body, originally, it was just a decoration. Now, it's unmistakably the real deal. It's Ima's real brain. I could have been perfectly happy not knowing that. Yeah, I think it's an adorable brain. And the consciousness inside it also has something to tell us. We better go see him right away. With those morbid words, Yugamu slunk off towards the cafeteria. What's Kyoshika want? Sir Ima looks like a mascot, but his brain is still that of a young man. Ha ha ha! How wonderful! It's like looking at a kid but having the mind of an adult. Speaking of childhood, in my youth I was very attracted to stories about Kojiro Sasuke. the legendary swordsman. His mysterious blade, Mono Hoshizao, was my first love. What the hell is she talking about? Good morning, Mr. Sumino. All right, everybody. Eat a hearty meal to prepare for the next defensive battle. Right. Even though I know it's Ima inside of that body, it's not the kind of thing I can get used to right away. Everyone, let me know if there's anything special you want to eat. I'll bring it for you. You ain't eating?
Yeah!
Oh, I'm quite alright. I don't really need food in this body. I'm fine, really. I consider myself blessed to not have to deal with the inefficient processes like eating anymore. He's mega bummed out about it. I'll eat enough for the both of us. I'll take a rice bowl with fried fruit and an extra big dollop of fresh whipped cream. I want chocolate. Something so tooth-rottingly sweet, I'll forget I'm depressed.
Okie dokie.
With an enthusiastic response, Ima ran to fetch the food. Even if I know it's Ima inside that body, things still feel really weird. Lady Tsubasa, you mustn't judge others by their appearance. But you're exactly as stupid as you look. By the way, can you fight in that body, Ima? No, it's not possible. This body doesn't have any Hima Inama. So we can't use Ima during defensive battles anymore? Even though he leveled up? If this were a game, players would be demanding their time and money back. I'm useless and unpopular, so no one would be complaining if it were me. We'll be fine, even if Ima's not there. I'll fight enough for the both of us. And kill heaps of invaders. Oh, I could weep. That's such a touching thing for you to say, Keiko. I never even dreamed of it. Ima, you were listening?
Oh.
Sire has high performance ears. Everyone, keep your spirits up. There's no point in lamenting what's already happened. We can't redo the past, so we just have to face forward and keep on keeping on. I'll be moving to a support role so I can still be of some use to you. It'll be reassuring to have you there for us. That alone will drastically increase our fighting power. Now, I want a fried chicken rice bowl with back fat and extra custard. Kako, aren't you overindulging? You'll lose your divinely slim figure. Forget that. What's the information you have on the invaders? Tell us already. Very well. I'll tell you all what I learned while I was captured. All right.
Yeah!
As you all know, I was knocked out by the prisoner and taken away. The next time I awoke, I was in what seemed to be a lab. A lab. I had the feeling several days had passed, and that I'd been hauled quite a distance while I was unconscious. There were many strange machines there. It just had that quintessential laboratory look to it. Several commanders in those strange masks came and went during that time. What were they doing there? All kinds of things, including the research and development of the school invaders. Research and development. The beings we call commanders and their troops are actually two entirely different creatures. The commanders are intelligent like humans, but the troops have no intelligence at all.
Yeah!
They're just creatures intended for battle, created by the commanders.
Huh?
How fiendish! Do they cultivate them from seeds? Creating life solely for the purpose of fighting. That's so cruel. From one point of view, humans aren't much better in terms of forcing people to fight. Nonsense. We're nothing like them. Don't associate me with those abominations. So, Emma, What happened to you in that lab place?
Yeah!
They were trying to learn more about us by extracting information from me.
Aha!
Just as we know very little about the invaders, they also seem to be... Huh? They don't know shit about humanity, but still they're trying to kill us all. Weren't they exterminated by world death? That should mean they exist to exterminate humans, right? I don't really know. The fact remains, they wanted information from me.
Yeah!
I guess that's also why they took Miss Majora. But in the end, they couldn't get anything major out of her. So this time, one of the commanders fused with me and poked around in my memories. You even shared memories when you were fused?
Yeah!
Apparently so. I don't know for sure how effective it was, though. But since I didn't know anything about the bigger picture here, it was all pointless. So then I was brought here while still fused so I could see myself. So I could be used as a shield. I see. Maybe Sire didn't tell us the truth in case of a scenario like this. In the event that we got captured, we wouldn't be able to give the enemy any intel about our side's operation. That clears that up. Now, what's this vital information you discovered? Yes, I'm getting there.
Yeah!
I don't know if it's a side effect of the fusion, but I actually don't remember much of what happened out there. But I do remember a few fragments of the commander's conversations. Their conversations. You could tell what they were saying. That also seems to be thanks to the fusion. I can understand the invaders' language now. Seriously? That's hilarious. So what did the bastard say? What did you hear? They were talking about their strategy to form 2 squads and attack 2 places simultaneously. Two places. One target was Last Defense Academy. The attack was led by the commander that fused with me. The other squad was going to second to last Defense Academy. Second to last Defense Academy. But there's nothing left of it. Looks like you've been screen-botted. Not since Niku self-destructed to take out that insanely overpowered commander. Chanta, I am losing it.
Huh.
Yeah!
According to what I heard, they'd understand the secrets of their enemy. That's us. But of course, if they searched for clues at the site of your other academy, are secrets.
Uh-huh.
They seem to think that these secrets would They're that important. What are these secrets? Maybe we're all actually robots. Just call me Darn E number 0 type C.
Oh.
But there shouldn't be anything left of the second to last Defense Academy, secrets or otherwise. The commanders all have mysterious powers, though. Maybe they're trying to do something with those. But what kind of power could find clues in a burnt patch on Earth? They're just following a dead end. Haha. Thank goodness the enemy is so dumb. I bet they're saying the same thing about you. But if there really is a compromising secret there, finding it would be bad news for us. In that case, why don't we go there ourselves? We could put together a task force. So we do the same as the enemy. Split into 2 groups and have one go to second to last Defense Academy. I also think that's best. We should definitely avoid any situation that would give him an advantage. Give them an advantage. The final battle is approaching after all. Final battle. They're currently preparing to launch an all-out attack on the school. An all-out attack? It's being spearheaded by a commander they call the strongest and greatest of them all. It's the same exceptionally powerful commander that Takumi and the others ran into at the other academy. Huh?
Nigo intended to take it out with him, but it's still alive. It just took some time for its wounds to fully heal. Pretty soon, it'll have recovered and will return to attack the school in peak condition.
You're kidding! That monster?
The one you said none of you could stand up to when it attacked?
Yeah. This one's strength blows the other commanders out of the water.
Alas, I couldn't lay a single finger or toe on it.
We've gotten a lot stronger since then, but I still get the feeling we won't be able to kill it.
It's like a supreme commander, sitting at the very top of a dozen commanders. Supreme commander. Its overwhelming strength is enough to make the other commanders tremble in fear. I was fused to one of them. I know that fear. So I know this is really their strongest and greatest warrior we're talking about. And that's who's gonna lead the invader army in an all-out war? Attack? If the enemy discovers a weak point before the final battle, we will be beyond screwed. We have to make the first move before that can happen. So let's form this task force and go investigate second to last defense academy. Right. If we go now, we might still make it. If the commanders do have powers that will let them, if the commanders do have powers that will let them get something from the wreckage, they won't be shy about using them. We should wait until they get the secrets of the Special Defense Unit. Then immediately steal them back. You make it sound so easy. It'll be a cinch. With me guiding you, everything will be smooth sailing. He's really immersed in Ciri's role. So, who's going to be on this task force? Are we doing another show of hands? No. Leave the member selection to your commanding officer. I'll choose a team that's properly balanced in terms of strength. Ima, that's still you in there, right? For now, we should prepare thoroughly. How about we sortie in 3 days' time? Is that okay? Shouldn't we go right away? I don't know what the enemy is planning to do in that burnt-up field, but I can't imagine they'll be able to do it right away. Our goal is to take back whatever they find, so going too early would be meaningless. It's practically a guarantee that we'll end up fighting. We're going to need to prepare for that too. Ima, I don't care what you do. Just don't pick me, okay? Anyway, you have your orders for now, so hop to it. Dismissed. Don't pick me, I'm serious. And so, it was decided to dispatch a task force to the former site of the Second Academy. We all headed back to our rooms to prepare ourselves. The secrets of the Special Defense Unit, huh? I have no idea what that could mean. But if they can put us at a disadvantage, we can't ignore it. We have to stop our enemies from getting their hands on that information. I'm not sure if I'll end up as a member on the task force, but I'd better start getting ready just in case. Free time! Okay, Chatta, well, that was really interesting. And that's what we're going to call it today. Man, that was one hell of a long cutscene. And I started falling asleep, if you couldn't tell. So, yeah, that's it for today. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Be sure to tune in tonight at 12:30 Eastern. We're going to be playing Vampire Survivors, going for 100% complete. Alright, see you all then. Until then. Well, until then, I suggest take care of yourself. It's I don't know. I'm beat. Bye, guys.